cool.
What's up,
here
everybody?
In the West.
Yeah. What's up? You probably just heard him quickly, but I'll introduce him here in just a second. I'm Senior Doom, tournament organizer, professional illustrator, overall tall guy, and Cal Rally's #1 fan. Go Big Dumper. Keep hitting those home runs. Joining me tonight is Daycamp 22. We were talking a little bit about an issue that we're going to talk about probably tonight. But Daycamp, why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself to everybody out there so they know who you are.
Yeah, I'm Daycamp. Chris as well works. Been playing Pokemon for, I don't know, however long, we've been, like, since COVID's been around, really. Yeah, just excited to cast and watch some exciting post-NAIC games.
Right, and it's funny enough, this format will not be in the Doom Regionals coming up, or Worlds, but it will be similar enough. Like, everything I've seen with the new flair and everything, I haven't seen that one card that's going to change everything, or be like, oh yeah, that's super the deck. I mean, there'll be some stuff always. There's always something from every deck, everything, but it doesn't seem as world-breaking. It's not like a Lost Origins where you got a whole new deck archetype, or even next Destined Rivals. I mean, we still got Mewtwo out of it, and Ethan's Typhlosion, which, okay, you know what, Bengal does help that, but I mean, that's not world-breaking. If anything, it just throws another deck into the pile.
Yeah, it really seems like the Bangle and Air Balloon, like the tools coming out of this set, are probably going to have the biggest impact overall.
Plus,
and then
plus Tool Scrapper.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. So kind of balancing the brokenness of Air Balloon.
Which, talking about decks, I think that's a good point here to transition over to our metagame for the night, which, unsurprisingly, if you follow most online stuff, is Grimmsnarl Frostlass #1. What surprises me is Dragapult is #2. I thought Gardevoir, especially after it came out, and after it just won again, which my friend Greg took 4th. Gamer, what's up, dude? Amazing run. I know a lot of people made amazing runs. Hell, Daycamps has quite amazing runs. Which we'll, again, like we were talking a little bit beforehand, we'll talk a little bit about some stuff that's happening and just about some of the, I'm going to use my one swear before midnight, bullshit that goes around with the world's invite. But I digress. Grimmsnarl Frostlass #1, Dragapult #2, Dragapult Charizard #3, which if you add that into the Dragapults, would actually mean Dragapult is the #1 deck tonight. Yeah, or you know what, even add in Dragapult Dusknoir. Dragapult is out there in force more so than, with multiple variations, more so than anything. Do you find that surprising, or do you think, surprisingly, Tord playing Dragapult maybe affected a lot of people's perceptions of the deck?
I feel like the Tord effect, because from like what I've heard from some people, is like Tord's Dragapult list is like the Dragapult list. I think Dragapult Charizard is different enough that I think that being pretty high, like it had a really good run. Some locals from Utah did really well with Pultzard. And so I think that is a pretty strong. I want to say I'm surprised Gardevoir isn't, higher played, but that's just the story of Gardevoir post-rotation is it destroys everyone, it wins at the event, and then it still is underplayed. Yeah.
Yeah, I've been playing Gardevoir myself.
I gotta sing the Doom
also,
song now!
Spiky Sequoia, thank you for the Prime Gaming sub. As a new member at Doomco with the name Sequoia, you are now our official VP of Sequoias. I don't know what you do with that, but have fun with that. But yeah, it's. I've been playing Gardevoir. I'm actually, first time I'm not at Arceus rank already. I just only really picked the game back up 2 days ago. I'm about 3/4 of the way there, because Gardevoir is sick. But round 3 is done. We have a redemption. Archie Cat PTCG said they want their game on stream. Let's see they are playing and what they are playing against. Doesn't take it to cups. I've taken it to cups. I've actually. Oh my god, I'm trying to remember what their name is, but hey, we'll just go to their table. I'll take us there, and we'll go from there. The ever popular redemption of put my game on stream. I mean, it's not a bad idea. So
Yeah, I think it's great if you want to be the for sure featured. You want to show off your deck, even if you're just like, obviously Doom and I are not the people who do tons of coaching or anything like that. But we watch and play a lot of games, and so it's almost like you can and granted, the Doom tournament is known to get sidetracked from time to time, but it just gives you a little bit of feedback of like, here's what other people thought, of my play.
Lucario Stan _ Okay, that gives me at least is see who they're playing against. We're seeing their screen, and so then I know what to look for. Then set up my fancy graphics. And Daycamp is definitely someone you do want to follow. This is where we're talking about a little bit. Was Daycamp should be qualified for with the new stuff, 100%. But the stupidest reason is why they're not. And play points being the way to okay, I got a name. Do tiebreakers to me is so dumb. Oh, it's Frostlass versus Dragapult. That makes it better.
Nice.
So we'll get pulled up. Frostlass, Grimmsnarl, Rozilus versus Lucario Stan 12 or Archiecat TCG. I will probably use their in-game name here because that way if people want to find the game afterwards, it's a little bit easier to find and I start on the timer, but hey.
So it looks like this Pult list is very similar to Tord's. But one of the big things is there's no Maractus in this one, and less researches as well. But that's similar to Tord, just, Pult, no frills to it, just, Neo upper, and, just letting Dracloak and Badoo really carry you until you're into Dragapult's ready to swing.
Real name, no gimmicks. Actually, yep. That's always, I think, was like just Dragapult or something like Obi Trice, real name, no gimmicks. And then start thinking about Eminem songs. What you're just waiting here. Someone said, look at Ninja Blaze deck. Okay, let's take a look at that while we have a moment. Ninja Blaze, or what's the display name? Oh, looks like the game's going. Get ready to go. Also, I thought about having one night where I would rename every single person and just like make it some players appreciation night. And because I can change every single display name on here. It would be a pain, but I could do it. And then it would show all the rounds would show that display name. AJB, okay. Well, game's going. Well, I'll have it pulled up for next. For the next time we have a thing going here. I thought there was a judge call, but I guess not. Oh, that's the Greninja Flare Blaziken. Okay. All right. Let's see what wins this clip. We will be going second here with Dragapult. Drops on TCG for TCG on this channel. No, drops were only for certain channels. That include like Azul, Little Dark Fury. They only give it to like 4 people. And the other drops they had during the time is you just had to actually be a co-streamer for it. And I didn't do that because I couldn't stream during NAIC. So yeah, no drops Zol is literally like one of the only ones that has drops. You can actually see what channels have drops if you click on it, and it will tell you which channels have. Which again, I think it was Zol, Little Dark Fury, and then 2 other people. I don't. But what do you think about this start?
I mean, getting the Buddy Buddy Poffin is really nice. Getting 2 Impidimps down, pretty good. But, you're just getting Badooed, so that Arven, no energy attached, it's getting Iono down, but, hopefully they can TM Evo next turn, otherwise Dragapult's just gonna slow things down with the Badoo. I don't think, not much more Dragapult can ask for this turn. And the 20, the Badoo weakness does get relevant pretty quickly. As we are just going to get the TM Evo off. That's pretty nice. But yeah, that 20 damage can ramp up pretty quickly. Now it'll be interesting. We evolved our bench one just to prevent any potential shenanigans. But, they go for the double Frostlass. Which I wonder if it would have been better. Maybe their other Morgrem isn't there. But I think the double Frostlash just adds to the monkeyable damage they can move.
All right, just a couple judge calls we had. Oh man, that hurts. Having to toss a fire here for an Ultra Ball.
I'm curious what they want to get. I guess, yeah, another Dreepy. I wonder, though, if saving the Ultra Ball to get a Dragapult later, and you could have held the hand, could have been kind of nice.
Wait, they had damage counters on a Pokemon?
Yeah, because they TM Evo'd the Frostlasses. So the monkey got 20 from that.
Oh, because it was not showing the damage counters for me. That's why I was like wondering where it came from.
Yeah.
Look away from
yeah, I was just gonna say this Badoo damage, doing 20. This Impidimp is now, 10 damage away from getting knocked out.
This is a weird one we have going on. We had someone check in, click win, and didn't even wait for their opponent to show up.
Oh.
This was like no idea. Like the timer wasn't even out by the time the click won. So.
See, and this is another reason I didn't like the Ultra Ball. Oh wow, just top deck the Pult. So we kind of saved ourselves. But right now you could Ultra Ball be Ultra Balling for Fez. Instead, another Dracloak. Well, I guess we wouldn't have had that Dreepy, but you could have been, Fez or now the other Dreepy. Geez, why? Oh, see, and they promoted the Dreepy. So we can't even...
That's what I was worried about when I saw the Dreepy go up. It's like, you have Jamming Tower out, so if you do play board, how are you getting out of there?
Yeah, that seems like a mistake there. We're gonna. I mean, I guess it's fine to take out. We can get a Dracloak potentially if we want. Yep. But yeah, there's with the jamming tower, unless they. Oh, and we get the Latios after we've evolved. So yeah, I think promoting either the Dracloak or the Monkey Dory, just something that could retreat, would have been better. And actually looking at the list, this Dragapult doesn't play board or switch, so there was no way to get an attack off this turn with Dragapult. So yeah, I really don't like the Dreepy promotion.
You're probably going to lose both your Dracloaks here due to the attack. Oh, okay, you're going to definitely lose one more, and it's going to move that damage off.
Yeah, this is looking pretty bad for Dragapult.
Now, Dragapult does have the ability to come from behind. We've all seen it. We've all been there. It's now just a matter of if how the damage spread is, and if they're able to get, well, they got to heal that Dragapult a little bit. TM Devo will hurt because they can TM Devo here, and that will KO your bench Dragapult, and now your Dracloak and your Dreepy in the active isn't going anywhere. It's now a Dracloak, as I doubt they play.
Oh, interesting to attach. Yeah, I feel like.
Oh, they can't do it. They probably did it not thinking about the jamming tower.
Yeah, but the bonus of jamming tower here is it stays on. So
until you can find yours. I don't think you can catch or anything here, do you? If you do, you counter capture the Monkey Door.
Yeah. I just don't think I think no, taking out their monkey matters a lot more, because if they don't have a monkey, you can just send damage back to them. So I think if you want to KO a Frostlass, you just KO a bench one and you take out the monkey is the better thing.
Because now you're running into the issue now. Your opponent can almost KO your Dragapult here. They can't get 30 placed onto it to 100, and they'll hit it for 180, putting it at 280. So you do need something else, like set up. And right now, it does not look like they have much getting set up in that way.
Yeah, and now your monkey is down. Like, because even like using Brock Scouting, we already have 2 Dreepies in the discard, 1 in the active. I think it's just kind of over at this point, unless. Yeah, looking at the list, there's just nothing to really do here.
You could push the bear, but bear's not going to do much because you still need an energy attachment to it. And they're still like really close. Or, I mean, you could buy some time possibly here with a Turos. But they don't play rare candy in their list, so they're not getting set up any faster.
Yeah, and I mean, yeah, because if you don't Turo up Dragapult, we're looking at,
Just game.
yeah,
Oh,
because
I don't,
Monkey,
I don't agree putting down that Latios.
Hmm.
Latios is Darkness Week, and that just gives him a game.
See, and I don't like putting Fez up either. Because again, we have no. We have no switch cards. I mean, I guess we have Crispin, but that's not helping either.
Also, don't you get KO'd here with the Pheasantipity anyways?
Yeah, if that monkey has 30 on it still. It only has 20, so we're gonna survive, but then it's just again. Now it's checkmate again. Unless we waste another, or I guess not waste, but have to use another Turo.
This is a weird one. We're getting like the same prize grab bug from like multiple people.
Hmm. Yeah, this Badoo put down was also bad because if we're not Turoing the Fez, then it's just also a way for them to have game. Yeah, this one's just over.
It sounds like part of it is these errors is disconnects at one time. Their time is running out.
Wochian 2-1. I'll take a look.
Oh.
Buster Blaze, looks like you're three. You said 3-0. Looks like you're running the toward 60 or pretty close.
Yeah, it just seems like we have a bunch of disconnects. Let me go ahead and move us real quick so we can talk about other things like the metagame. Or some of the decks are doing well. So let me go ahead and share the screen. There you go.
See, looks like it's Savid who is 2-1 with a Wochian Fortress EX deck.
I think I want to say he ran it before and did fairly well with it. So let me again, I'll update the standings, make sure everything's updating because again, we have like 3 disconnects all happening at the same time. There it is. And which one you said it was Savid, right?
Yeah.
Here we go. I'll pop that deck open for everyone.
I mean, it's something. It's probably a more complex, risky version of like a toad scroll, like just using those grass weak attackers, or attackers who can hit grass weakness.
Which I mean, we're seeing a lot more Charizard, so that makes sense.
Yeah, Grimmsnarl. I mean, yeah, grass has become one of the better or one of the worst weaknesses to have, just because lots of top things have accumulated grass weakness. But let me remind myself what. Let's see, Wo-Chien. 60 damage to one of your opponent's bench Pokemon for each prize card your opponent's taken. So get stronger as the game goes on, or as you pop your Fortress and Duskulls. Which can, we do have a lot of two prizers who are not Terras. So, very interesting. But I think if I was going for like a grass attacking deck, it'd probably just have to be Toad Scroll. But I mean, this very interesting. Get some retreat locking in there, so you can just Wo-Chien snipe around everything.
I am a little surprised we're not seeing more of the Ray Chen deck out there.
Yeah, because I mean, Ray, she got her invite off of that deck.
Yeah,
having 2 major finishes plus maybe a handful of local points and things. So,
they did. I'm trying to remember what they finished in the Worlds thing, but they're a local. We had 2 tabletop people that made cut at NAIC.
Yeah.
And then we had the juniors was all tabletop.
Man, that's like a storyline of the year moment right there for Pokemon. If they don't,
they're gonna ride that forever. It's got to be one of those things like up there with the Pachirisu in the VGC. I forgot who it was. Why did I just forget? But that they still talk about that. Sagen, they still talk about that.
Yeah, I think that it would be a cool, like when they do the little like flashback videos, like there's the one of like Jason Klaczynski playing against the like Wailord stall. Like I feel like they could make a fun, like cute one of those, being like, obviously they don't have like as much footage probably from the build up to it. But like, I mean, since it was a streamed game in the finals, like, you could really play like off the siblings playing it like against each other. I think Pokemon, if they are as good at, seizing on moments as they have been in the past, that's a great moment to lock in on.
Man, it is just one thing after another right now. Someone else dropped. Sorry, there's like 4 active requests with like different disconnect issues right now. And this is actually very weird. Like, I don't think we've ever had 4 disconnect issues all in one round.
Yeah, that's really weird. Oh yeah, we can all talk about AJB deck. Got the Greninja Blaziken Zoroark deck. I'm trying to think if, honestly, I know Omnipoke Joe Bernard played Blaziken Zoroark to NAIC, and I played that some at some just locals and things, and I think that just personally, I think taking away the Greninja is better. But it does have like
All right, just one
Because
line
it's
the
just
list
a
real
lot
quick.
of stage twos. Yeah.
All right, just making sure. So we had a slow play. I'm just okay. They did. All right, cool. Going back.
I think, yeah, but talking about like Greninja, Blaziken, and everything, they work really well together. The Zoroark, like 280 isn't that much lower than anything.
All right, AG, AG. I'll go pull that list up again.
Yeah. With Blaziken, you don't necessarily have to worry about retreating because you're just always kind of getting it. I do wonder if a research or two would be better than the Mortys. But there is a lot. There's a lot you don't want to throw away.
Yeah, because Mortys is weird. Like, a lot of decks are playing a lot of Pokemon. Some decks are playing, put it bluntly, really bleeping a lot of Pokemon. Terror types. So this is good for that. And like looking at this real quick, just my quick take. Like, yeah, you kind of do want to get stuff in there, but there's also stuff you are not looking to discard. Yeah. But you also have the trade. So then again, if you get the trade set up, you're just burning through the bad cards anyways, getting yourself a big hand.
Yeah, that's fair. I think Precious Trolley, especially in this build, you probably need to have. Because you're setting up you have 3 different evolution lines you're trying to get going. And so just, even though they are all buddy profitable, I do think this list should be switched. The Torchic and the Combuskin should be switched for the 70 and 100 HP ones. Because the Destined Rivals gave us the new Torchics, Combuskins, and the baby Blaziken that are really nice.
That baby Blaziken might be a good ad. Take like one Blaziken EX off and put a baby Blaziken in.
Yep.
I've seen
and that's what I think why like you don't necessarily need the Greninja anymore, because the baby Blaziken has the snipe capabilities.
Yeah, it does 120 and discard 2. This attack does 120 to one of your opponent's bench Pokemon. The Greninja lets you select 2. So it's what's the trade-off? Like, Greninja gives it takes the same amount to evolve, but it's selective, so you could get 2 bench Pokemon versus Inferno Kick Flurry is whatever's active and then something on the bench.
Yep.
But
you need the water energy. You could take out the water energies.
Probably cut down your darkness energies, considering you're playing. The only thing that's using it so much is the Monkey Dory.
Yeah, if you had a Reshiram, then I could see all those darks, but yeah.
Yeah, Reshiram would give a very good reason to put all those darks in. Because obviously it doesn't matter what energy, Blaziken's throwing it out there.
Yep.
It does make Earthen Vessel a little bit better because, well, you can grab into you want. I was thinking Crispin, but you don't even play Crispin, so
yeah,
there's no reason to play Crispin in this list. You have an energy accelerator right there in Blaziken.
Yeah, and just like I don't know, I think like if you want the Greninja, and that's this is probably the best way to play Greninja. But if you're more about playing Blaziken, I think getting rid of the Greninja stuff to then do kind of a Blaziken ends type like kind of combo is really cool. Reshiram is a really strong attack because it just doubles the damage. So that really helps your Dragapult or your Grimmsnarl matchup, because if they end up having to punch the Zoroark, you can just instantly KO them back.
Looking for someone. We do have Sharkbait. We do have Zeke Not Found. Look to see. Sharkbait's 2-1 with Dragapult. He's up against Marnie's Grimmsnarl. Oh, we have a match issue. What's the match issue? Oh, just an issue. Someone double clicked. That was a quick one. Those people are already on. I'm trying to see who else we have that I know we could get on who's up higher. Rodimus Prime is on the. What? Marnie's Grimmsnarl. Kimari would be kind of cool with Ho Armourouge.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see that just because the idea of the deck is so cool. But when I was testing it with people before NAIC, you just don't do the things, but you want to do a lot.
We need to make a quick selection here. Uncle Helix. Who is that? They said they're a new player. I am not sure. If they're Black Helix 0, that's Raging Bolt versus Goldango Dragapult. Which I can actually see. Again, I gotta make a decision here quickly. I'm trying stupid admin tools. At this point, let's just jump to Sharkbait. They're a decent play, and we know who they are. They're 2-1. It's not the worst matchup, but we'll start jumping to other. We'll get some other stuff here in a moment as we figure out who's doing better, and then we can start reaching out to people.
Yep.
I don't even think I need to change the graphics. No, I just need to change the names. Makes my life easier. But surprisingly, this isn't Marnie's with Frostlats. This is actually Marnie's with just itself. Oh, Draco, you're the one I wanted to see possibly. The Tatsuguri. That's right.
Oh, yeah.
If you're able to, I don't remember if you are. I would love to get you on with that Tatsuguri next round. As I was looking at that. As I saw it, Draco I 13th playing the Tatsuguri. Which if you haven't played against that, it is a interesting deck.
Yeah, it's one of those where when it hits, you feel so good, but then you hit it one game, then the next game you Tatsugiri and you whiff.
It's on mobile, no worries. I was just like, that's why I always ask. Some people can, some people can't, some people don't want to. That's also perfectly fine.
Man, a very interesting
Look at it.
Grimmsnarl. Morpeko is, let's see, 20 plus 40 for each dart.
They're trying to use Morpeko to get built up.
Yeah, so let's see. So if you have one with the 3 energy, you're doing 140. I don't know. It just seems like it might not ramp fast enough, but we'll see.
Yeah, we'll have to see what happens with this. And someone was asking what makes cut tonight. 711 usually guarantees cut. It is 9 rounds. We crossed the 9-round threshold. We only had about 15 people not show up for their rounds, but still kept us like over the threshold for 9 rounds. It will be a very tight cut. maybe a very obvious cut, but it is a 9-round cut because we will go into round 9 with either it will be a clean cut or it will be a whole bunch of people tied, depending on what happens, and we're going to be like, oh crap. Emio Store coming in, redeeming the random fact. Daycamp, you've got some good random facts.
Yeah. Let's see. I'm from Utah, or I live in Utah, so I'll hit you with Utah is the only state whose capital city is 3 words long. So Salt Lake City.
That's true. Because our name is Olympia. Olympia. Here's one. Elephants are the only mammals that cannot jump.
Yeah, that's a weird one. There are no bombs in this list, Draco.
Which is weird. We had that Archalodon win last week. Playing bombs. This is a hard call. Well, you can grab something here and then Ultra Ball. Yeah, easy. Poffin. You're not using Latin. You're probably not using Latios now. What do you mean your mother? You take that out, my mother's name out of your mouth. It's all good.
Another weird thing with elephants is like, when their feet are, like round and flat on the bottom, but the bones, like if you looked at how their bones are in their feet, it's like they're on their tiptoes, just with a whole bunch of stuff around. It's very weird.
We do see the tossing of the Dragapult, but it does pay off.
So something we could do next turn is like some Hawlucha pings, or I guess the Mimi will have 10 on it, so we could like counter catcher KO double Grimmsnarl or Impidimps, or take out the Mimikyu with the counter catcher. So some options, as long as we find the pieces, which with 2 Dracloaks and a research in hand, I think we'll be attacking with Dragapult next turn. Jacoby, I agree. If the Pacers win the finals, we'll celebrate. Okay, 2 Badoos down. Bring up the Dracloak with the fire energy. Let's see if we can find the pieces. We have a Fez. Yeah, we are. Feels like we're almost guaranteed. I do. Something that I think, now that we found the Iono, I think we just say we're going to hit it. And counter catcher Morgrem, Iono, and then Fez, then then Dracloak. We could Hawlucha to be taking up to a 3 prize turn here. Or wait, let's see. No, I guess no. We would still be, I think, 10 short. All right, we got the Pult. And there's the Luminous. Yeah, because we have the Luminous, we can just get the Ultra Ball, get ourselves another Cloak. I think I would have rather gotten rid of the Brox over Turo. But I think with how strong this turn is going to be, we're doing okay.
All right, so
Yeah, and then because we do have the double boss, we're fine to not take out the Mimikyu. Because it does have 60 HP left. We're able to knock it out later on. Honestly, I wonder if keeping the Turo 2 for next turn, you could have been. Well, I guess we're not counting. You would need counter catcher to do the same kind of play where you put the Halucha down. And I don't think we're going to be behind, at least for a while, in this one. Yeah, we find our last cloak. We can attach a fire. Interesting.
oh, there we go. Come back. Watch another little baby Gruntsnarl die.
Yeah. Interesting. Let me look at the Marnie's list one more time. I mean, they have 3 candies, so it's not out of the question.
Oh, we got Dragapult there. I'm a little surprised they didn't go after the Mimikyu.
Yeah, I think you do just take out the Mimikyu. But again, we have another boss. I think it's a little bold to not be worried about INOs.
Yeah.
But I think we're so far ahead that we're fine.
Man, you're almost at the point where you could just boss for a game. Oh, no. No, you're still 1 prize off. No, wait, no.
Yeah.
No, you got it. Never mind. I forgot the Cleffa had 2. Cleffa had 2.
Oh, yep.
So, no, that was game there. That's what I get for coming in at the last second. We had tonight a lot of weird bugs. We've had people not being able to grab prizes. We've had people where like they clicked on a card and it's frozen the game. We've had just random disconnects. So people like I even like tracked their disconnects and they've never disconnected before. They've never shown up on my disconnects. It is weird.
Yeah.
Let me see. How much time we have left? 20 minutes. Let's see if Zeke is still going. And their game is still going, so we'll go ahead and jump down there. And we'll just get this game on, and I'll worry about all the fun graphic stuff and all that after the game on. Go. As this is Charizard Polt going up against Charizard Pidgeot.
Interesting.
So, the bottom
I think,
one, where it's at.
Polt kind of gatekeeping Charizard makes me think that the Poltzard's probably pretty favored in this one.
I played some Poltzard and I just couldn't get it to work like I used to. And I'm just like, I felt sad. And then Gardevoir called out to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, Rodimus, that bug was brutal. Like I watched your stream, saw it, I'm like, yeah, I can confirm.
All right. Well, our Zard player can take out the Charizard here if they choose to, or probably once they are ready to finish doing anything else.
One Charizard down. Oh my.
Let's see, just taking a look at the board. You know, taking out the Duskull next turn and just punching the Charizard could be nice for our Pulsard player. Kind of just prevents them from, having that ability to take out the Dragapult in one shot next turn.
I want to bring this up real quick. We had a person chatted and just forgot to check in, and their game finished and everything. They played the whole game. We will always count a chat as a check-in, especially if it's before the time. Sometimes you just don't have things work for you. It happens. So that's why. Ooh. Do you go for a 2-prize turn here? But if you do that, that puts that Charizard in a really good spot, though.
Yeah. I think. Wonder, do we have a way to find energy?
Is it me, or is there a lot of people not playing the whatever it's called, the Shaman?
Yeah, I think a lot of people aren't. Like, they're using the threat of Shaman in the format to kind of rely.
I mean, like Manaphy, like some people got away without playing Manaphy because of the threat of Manaphy.
Yep. Ooh, we do have Stretcher, so we could just Stretcher evolve to Charizard. Yeah.
I mean, it just doesn't hurt if you just put damage on the board.
Yeah, I think Monkey Dory also kind of scares Shaman from being put out as much.
That's true. Ooh, only one. But you do have the Stretcher. You can grab another energy.
Yeah. Do we have? We just have fires.
All right. This is where the issue comes in. You can KO the Pheasantipede, right?
Yep.
That gets you the KO. But that makes that Charizard at a point where it's hitting 300 damage, and I don't have an idea if what their opponent plays as tools just yet.
One thing. Let's see.
Nothing.
Do we have
nothing
Hawlucha?
To go, yeah.
Because if we have Hawlucha, next turn, if we can attack with Dragapult, we could at least either KO Charmander.
So the way the Doge Master does not play any belts, so there's no way of adding more damage out there outside of a Monkey Dory, but there is no damage out there for Monkey Dory to move. So the best way for them to do that is with a Dusclops or Dusknoir.
Yeah, so I think. But I guess, yeah, the problem with the Dusclops now is, putting yourself down to one prize is pretty dangerous when you have a lot of easily knocked out one prizers on your bench.
Which Zeke here plays 2 bosses, 1 prime catcher, 2 Rocket's watchtowers. So they obviously do look like they haven't been put into play yet. So that could actually shut down the bird of all things. Yeah. And we just saw him use the prime catcher, so they are just down to 1 possible out. They gotta find the bosses.
Yep. And
from here, if you do pop the Dusknoir, you probably go after the Jacloak. Because then that removes draw ability. Gives you the KO, but you lose draw ability. And I would hope I have an Iono in hand.
Yeah.
Could see a confusion flip. Okay, if they were going to pop the Dusknoir, that was the time to pop it.
Yeah. Though I feel like... Yeah, it's tough because you want to go down to 1 prize to be able to knock out this Charizard in 1 hit.
And
I think because you know that they don't have... Yeah, I think they could have just popped it. Looking at the list, they don't have like Hawlucha or things like that. They've played their prime catcher. If they're at 1 prize, they're not going to be able to counter catcher. So I think Ionoing them to 1 would have been pretty safe.
And like KOing the Jacloak to me is where it's at. Like if you leave that Jacloak alive, that still gives them draw power. Now you are also... I'll just see what they do here. Because you're still hitting 300, and you have to be careful, because here's the other play. They can't hit you back without that Monkey Dory taking KO.
Yeah.
I think you try to dig for the boss first. If you have like enough stuff left over with the Charizard, possibly, I mean, you can grab the Nest Ball. If you have enough research, not research it. No, yeah, the play ended up being correct anyways. But I think if you pop, I think if you pop the Loke or the Badoo, put him down to 1 prize, then you just KO'd with the Charizard. That was just it. You still won.
Yeah, I guess they could be afraid. Like if you can't evolve the Charmander, that does make like Boss Charmander an out with the Pult having an energy.
But
so
we'll see what they do, because they do need 4 cards. Now, surprisingly, what you could do, if you're willing to do it, you could hard retreat here and just hit with the Badoo.
Yep, because Charizard doesn't get KO'd with the monkey move.
Now the Charizard gets KO'd with the monkey move. But if they don't pop the Dusclops, they still don't hit enough to KO the
I think this is just game if they have the Dusknoir, because you can move, or you can pop. Let's see. Yeah, you can move the 30, KO the active Charizard. If they bring up a 1 prizer, you pop the Dusknoir on the bench 1 prizer. If they bring up Dragapult, it's over. So yeah, this is just, if they have Dusknoir evolution, it's just game. Or yeah, counter catcher works too. They just need to remember to move the monkey Dory dam with monkey. There we go. Sometimes, yeah, Pidgeot, just being able to grab something that you need every turn. It's just very strong.
I mean, it's probably the most defining card of this meta. What was the joke going around now that like the next version of Gardevoir is going to have like 4 monkeys and like five darkness energies? Got to make sure we get those monkeys. All right, I want to move us real quick. All right, let's go ahead and update the standings, where everyone's at. We're waiting on a couple matches, so we have a little bit of time. And let me go ahead and make sure you can see what I'm seeing at a time. Now this has just been non-stop tonight. Like, we had the 400 plus person tournament. We had less judge calls than we've had tonight.
Yeesh. Yeah, it just must be because I think they did an update or a maintenance on live not too long ago, and that must not have.
It's not just that. We've had a couple unsportsmanlike and just some other things.
Yeah.
People were being hit tonight. All right.
Yeah, it's end of season shenanigans.
That's why I'm wondering too, Zeke. It's not on mobile, it's mostly desktop, but also we're having a lot of people just being catty with each other. So I'm going to definitely reach out to Pokemari here. And I think we'll try to get this Ho-Oh Armarouge on next round. Get something a little more fun.
Zeke, I think you were just in like too tough of a spot there with how their board was set up. So like maybe you could have Badooed to try and stall a turn because that could have put just 20 damage, but they still could have just done the play of like Dragapult or KO your Dusknoir or KO Charizard with Dusknoir, excuse me, and then Frost your Dragapult. So I assume they still had it kind of locked up there.
All right. I'll again, the transparency. I always try to keep transparency on stuff. The latest one was someone calling for slow play, and then they lost. It was 8 minutes to 14, which okay. But they're also playing an Energy Excel deck, which has an animation no matter what. That can take up to 10 to 15 seconds. And it was Blaziken, so it doesn't even have the extra added of Gardevoir kind of thing. So we have to take that into consideration before we make a call. Like Gardevoir decks, a lot of times when you're like, oh, Gardevoirs just don't take forever to play online. Yeah, because the animation takes so long for it to click and go through.
Yep.
And it keeps counting down your timer that whole time. I wish there was a way to make that faster. I wish it would just by default not even do like half the animation for it. Or let you go click, 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 and then be like, you can't do more than this. But that's not the way of the game, and that's why we have to make sure we are able to know that kind of stuff. And look at this. Iron Thorn's Crustle is currently 4-0.
That's, I mean,
Hit the right matchups.
Thorns. Yeah, Thorns can shut down Gardevoir pretty easily, or at least slow it down to potentially be hitting it. Crustle takes care of a lot of other things, so I imagine the setup can get tricky, but if you get things up and running, you might just be fine.
Yeah. Well, I mean, okay, if you're playing against Gardevoir, Gardevoirs a lot of them don't play Flutterman anymore. Surprisingly, I do. But
Yep.
So, like, you can get the Iron Thorns out and just be like, try and beat me.
Yeah, and they've got the super potions to kind of heal things. They've got the Turos, so if Gardevoir punches an Iron Thorns, you can hopefully Turo it. Just one Turo, but I'm wondering if this is the list that got day 2 at NAIC.
I think it is, because I've been seeing it on ladder, and right now I'm still like I'm in the 300s now. I started today at like 110, so I'm moving through it pretty fast. I'm like, I gotta beat it. I've never really rushed it, but
Yeah.
but I've seen it, and I've been playing Gardevoir with a Fluttermane, and they like give me the thumbs up, and then I get the Fluttermane active when I need it, and then I'm like, I give the thumbs up as I go, and I blow the one Pokemon out of the water. But yeah, round 5 is ready. Let's go ahead and get that going. Pause, reset, start, end round. Pokemari, that is who we are looking for. They are up against Jurjax. We will see. That'll be one game. Let me see if there's another game. That's a possibility. Jedi Theus is up against Pidget Control. I know they've been able to in the past. But let me see if either one of these are able to. Jurjax says they'd love to.
Sweet.
So we will get Jurjax's side then. Jurjax is playing Dragapult. Surprisingly. A lot of Dragapult tonight. Oh, Pokemon can too.
Nice.
That's good to know, because if either player makes it further, we can have them on later.
Yep.
And we also have Gludge. Who's Gludge? Who's Gludge? Oh, I'm at table 4. That might be them. Oh, that is them. All right, let me go ahead and just make sure they're muted and deafened, and we will join them, and we'll have it going. So we will have Jurjax aside, and then I get to bring out my favorite card of the evening. I get to bring out the substitute card, because I don't have a Ho-Oh card, I think.
Yeah, fair.
I'm just even looking. I have a Typhlosion. Is Typhlosion in the deck? Probably not.
No.
Well, they get the substitute. The miscellaneous.
It's funny how Ethan's, like, the cards, like, there's the Typhlosion angle and the Ho-Oh angle, like, and I guess Makaru kind of, but like, they kind of made almost like 2 archetypes with one owner's grouping, where like all the other owners' Pokemon, everything kind of flows together. And like, I guess you could make Quilava like a draw engine and things, but it's really kind of the only one that's split itself into multiple possible decks.
That is true. It's like ends is just the one ends, and that's it. And then Cynthia is the Garchomp, and that's it.
Yep. I mean, yeah, even Marnie's, like, it's the Grimmsnarl. You could potentially play Morpeko as an alternate, but it's really just all Grimmsnarl. Yeah.
I mean, you know what? It actually makes more sense considering all those characters except Ethan are gym characters of some sort or rivals. Ethan is supposed to be a player character.
Yeah.
Oh, we see the gouging fire go to the discard. They're not going to want to play it. I actually don't see a reason why you play it. What is Pokemari's best out in this? That is the question.
Yeah.
They don't play Clefairy, do they?
They do have Clefairy in here. We have 3 Luminous, 1 Legacy, so
Have a couple outs to it.
you could even do the really dirty combo of Clefairy on the bench, Mew EX into the active, using Phantom Dive. So if, nothing's prized and things, we could be seeing something potentially scary here. So we do have Clefairy and Mew early.
All right.
Another scary thing, but I found was just never really easy to set up is there is the water pond to be
A quick 2K.
used. Yeah. One issue though is unless we get a Terra in Area 0, we can only have 1 Ho-Oh on the bench.
Now, surprisingly, we have the Mewtwo playmat that I just dropped. I had a few people saying about Ho, and that would actually be the first time I've done a pair because I've done the Lugia.
Oh yeah.
So I'd have to figure out how I would want to do the Ho. Because then, like, how would I make that into like a pair of matching mats? Do I make it like a mirror of itself? So if you did like top down, I don't know. I figure it out.
Yeah.
Still,
I always liked Ho-Oh more than Lugia. I think it's just got cooler aesthetics going on.
oh, here's something interesting: the Cornerstone Ogerpon.
Yeah, not super helpful in this matchup since Dragapult doesn't have the ability, but we'll see. I'm guessing just to get, try and draw more. But yeah. Interesting. We'll see if we see a Will-O-Wisp or not. But yeah, I always liked Ho-Oh more, but the version I had when I was really young was my brother and I shared Crystal version, so that was like less Ho-Oh Lugia focused. And then when Heart Gold Soul Silver came out, my brother bought because we were a little older by then, and so he had bought himself Heart Gold before I had, gotten one of the games. So then I got Soul Silver to have the opposite one, even though I would have rather had Heart Gold for Ho-Oh. But I am a Lugia fan as well, not to put Lugia down too much.
I think I'm all right. We had Silver, and then we got Crystal. That was like my cousins, not mine, my cousins. So
yeah, and I mean, I don't remember if like Crystal was supposed to be more my brother's game necessarily. Like if I had gotten some other Game Boy Color game, because I think we got it for Christmas or something. But I think part of it too, just he was older, so he definitely controlled the game a little bit more.
I don't remember, at one point somehow we ended up with like 4 copies of red and like 5 copies of blue. It was like, I think people just gave it to us. Hey, Miser, if you're in
Yeah.
chat, I don't remember how. I remember you had one copy that had like a complete 150 or something like that. Oh, here's a question. Do I buy Chun-Li in Fortnite?
Maybe. Oh, we did get a Ho-Oh down. I just missed that.
Yeah.
But
If they're able to get an Armor Rouge in the active, they can either A, attack, or B, be able to retreat, considering it's a new Pokemon.
so we Ho-Oh and energy down. I'm guessing we're just trying to thin our hand down here as much as we can.
Oh, another Will-O-Wisp here. Knocking it down just a little bit further. Now, they could Monkey Dory KO.
Yep. The other thing is, even if we get in, right, we have a Luminous on our Dracloak, so we need an actual basic energy and a way to retreat Maractus, because it does have 2 retreat.
Good turn.
Yeah, unfortunate. We kind of got both options there.
I'd be afraid a lot right now of putting out a Dragapult though, because that thing that Clefairy is sitting there on the bench waiting for one more
Yep.
energy.
Yeah, I think I like the idea of, yeah, just keep punching. If they take out the Maractus, then the Charcadet's also going to go down because of the ability. I also think I wouldn't have minded if they just grabbed Dragapult for next turn and said, if you want to Iono me, you can Iono me. But then you would be able to boss KO Clefairy. Like, have all the pieces ready to boss KO next turn. Interesting that we're firing off. So that just goes to the active. Unless we're prepping for evolution here. Yeah. So now we can retreat because it is considered a new Pokemon. The question is, what are we retreating into? Okay.
Or are you just going to move more to the active? Is their attack enough?
Yeah.
Now?
I want to say it does. I feel like it does 70 or 90. Let's.
That is why.
Yeah, 90 and a burn. So yeah.
Ooh.
So 110 really guaranteed.
I keep the standings updated here as we're going. Currently, Iron Thorn's Crustle took its first loss to Charizard
Okay.
Pidgeot.
Interesting. That seems. I guess if you just.
If you get the Crustle stuck in the active kind of thing, you could get a Charizard and maybe something else set up. There's a couple different ways around it. I'm gonna look at their list real quick.
I guess if they have a Charmeleon
They have a Chi-Yu.
that doesn't. Oh, yeah. There we go.
Chi-Yu, just 50 damage plus. I think Crustle, it's grass type, so you assume it's Fire Weak, but it is Fire Weak. So yeah, Chi-Yu probably pulled its weight.
Yeah. Also, just gets the Neo and a Dragapult, so we don't even have to worry. I wouldn't have hated a Halucha ping on, say, like the Ogerpon and the Minior, potentially. Or let's see. I don't remember how much damage the Armarouge has either, so maybe it has 60. But if it doesn't have 60 left, I'll be a little annoyed. Yeah, I mean, even though they have the other Armarouge, getting rid of pretty much all the energy in play could have been pretty strong, I think.
I mean, getting all the energy out of play, probably the best thing you could ever do.
Yeah, because I mean, sure, Ho-Oh can put 2 in play, but they need to have the 2 in hand. So I think I would have liked taking the energy out of play to just kind of force them to find more. Because, like a Night Stretcher plus an energy here, like Clefairy back plus energy means we could Mew using Phantom Dive. Though the long pause here makes me think we don't have it.
Long pauses always make me weary of what my opponent has, and then sometimes you have people with long pause who, to put it one way, are BMing you.
Yep. Nest Ball, nothing. Okay.
Yes, Bold Fraud. This is a tournament I run a tournament every Friday at 7:35 Pacific time for the last 3 years, and we actually have a whole championship series, and we are currently the most played online tournament on Limitless, with a consistent amount of players and a consistent amount of tournaments. We actually have a online regional coming up in about 2 weeks. No, 3. It's 3 weeks, right?
I think so.
The 19th. So 1, 2. Yeah, about 3 weeks. It's coming up very quickly. With that, and then after that, 2 weeks after that, 3 weeks after that, my timeline's just really screwed up. We will actually have our Worlds, the culmination of the entire Doom Championship Series, where we've had players compete all year round, gaining points, and the top 16 of those players, plus our regional winners, will have instant access to our Day 2. It would be a first round bye, but I can't do that with this current system, so everyone gets the old style of a free pass to Day 2. Is there a level cap? No. Anybody can play. It's all free. Tonight's is all closed up. There's not much you can do. I didn't realize just how big this thing was all of a sudden. I didn't realize that. My bad. Some of these got like screwed up, like the sizing did.
Yeah.
And so I have to like fix the tables constantly. I'm hoping that's the right table I just fixed.
But yeah, Bald Fraud, if you just follow the Play Limitless link there, you should be able to find the upcoming tournaments and everything
Yeah.
to sign up for the either one of the upcoming challenges or one of just the regular Tournament of Doom nights.
We only have one challenge left for the year.
All right, let's remind ourselves what Iron Bundle.
Iron Bundle, that's a card I haven't heard in a while.
If the defending Pokemon is in evolution, it can't attack during your opponent's next turn. What a pull.
I know. Sorry, I know I'm moving the screen around, everyone. I'm sorry. My thing got all messed up. We had a game a couple weeks ago where things got all screwy. And I had to change things around. And it's still affecting us right now.
I wonder if we retreat and just hit him with the corner.
I mean, I feel like that would be the right play.
Yeah.
All right, that's
even well. I guess they do have the Minior on the bench, which could get the bundle out of the active.
that looks smart. All right, we'll see how that holds up. But yeah, it's like certain tables are just all screwed up. And I meant to, I keep forgetting to just spend a day where I reset all the tables back to like nothing. Just have one table says the thing and then just duplicate it over and over. It's a bit of a process, but it's made setting up rounds much quicker.
Nice.
Which also, we talked a little bit about ranting earlier about the current world setup. One of those things is access to the cups, access to leagues, access to everything. That's what online play is mostly about. Is trying to bring access to everybody. And that's why we run free, and that's why we do all this stuff. Is so that we can have players be able to play, and we can see players we never see before.
Yeah.
Like Cash. He has to deal with the Singapore lottery system.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, just the access for like point earning, or yeah, just sanctioned. I guess that's probably the best word for that. Just sanctioned events can be tough.
Not everybody has access to it. I have a friend who lives like in Saskatchewan. He doesn't have access to like any leagues or anything. They are all just out of reach for him.
Yeah. And I mean, even like in the western part of the US where, both of us are in the western half. And so we're in places with tons of leagues, but, each city can only have so many. And the West is just a really big part of the country. And so it's like, an hour doesn't get you that many more places compared to like the East Coast, where a couple hours and you're in another major metro area.
Like if we didn't have tabletop out here, like really pushing for some stuff, I sometimes wonder like how like Seattle's TCG stuff would be. I know we have people drive from Portland, Oregon, a multiple hour drive to come play in our cups.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just the
But hey,
spacing of major areas is just so different.
so it is what it is. We deal with it the best we can.
Yep. This game did get shaken up by the jamming tower. So we've seen some things, even though it's been kind of a, you know, will they, won't, you know, no one really wants to make the big move. Something to note is that Minior, if it does knock out the Maractus, will knock itself out as well.
Ooh, that's harsh.
And the Latios could survive a punch from a Dragapult, but nothing else could. And you don't want to put up your Iron Bundle has almost all your energy in play, and you don't want to put your Armarouge up either. But I guess Neo Upper is gone. So, you know, you're not too worried about it. There's not really going to be a Dragapult attack next turn for a Phantom Dive, at least.
And they play. How many Crispin do they play?
Let's see. No Crispin? Am I reading that right? Yeah, no Crispins. Because it's mostly Luminous energy. 4 Luminous, 2 Fire, 2 Psychic, 1 Neo Upper.
Because I'd definitely say that.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Huh. Getting the bundle out of that opens a bench space, but for what? Let me go back to the Ho-Oh list. We have 3 stadiums, so we should hopefully have another one to eventually bump this jamming. To be able to use more. Do we have... Oh, we have the Latios in play still. Okay.
So they can move all the energy.
Yep, I see the vision now. I see the vision.
You can Torrential Pump, KO the Hawlucha. Probably take out the Dracloak. I'll snooze this ad one last time. Also, in general, the only time we have caps in tournaments, as well, I forgot to say this, is on Tuesdays, and the next Tuesday is the finale of the challenges for the year, and it'll have a double cap, a 128. We'll go 128 for it. No, going after the Latios. Probably again because the Dragapult is not attacking this next turn.
Yep. And even if they do, like, Maractus, you have the Minior to be able to kind of get around that. The question is, let's see, there's only 1 energy in play, it looks like. So would need a Stadium, Ho-Oh, and the energies to be able to do another Torrential Pump next turn. And we're probably getting Ionode here. Yep.
And this is one of 3 matches left to play in this round, so we are moving pretty quickly.
Yeah. This is tough because you want to, I feel like, be able to monkey some damage onto their side of the board, but you also need to start threatening Dragapult again. But yeah, I think we just Maractus corner and just make them, you know, threaten them saying if you're going to punch the Maractus, you're going to take damage. One thing to note is, you know, Ho-Oh's deck is getting pretty thin. So that could get scary. I mean, that's probably good for them if they're just trying to get resources, you know, powering through resources. Like, if they get the Ho-Oh here, they probably have the energy to attack. Yeah, and I think we Torrential Pump knock out the. Let's see. Ooh, we can take. Do you take the 3 and hope you don't get Ionode to 1? I guess you would need to check how many Dragapult has left. But if they've used all their Ionos, then I think you go down to 1. Your deck's so thin that you can probably find enough energy to get Clefairy out.
Cat's coming up here, just looking for something. So I have Awaken. Feed me.
Okay, I think the play for Dragapult now is to just knock out the Armarouge.
This whole deck lives and dies by that Armarouge. Like, the Ho is great, don't get me wrong. But the Armarouge is that key that keeps it consistent. It gives it that little extra ability to just destroy everything.
Yep. I don't think it matters fire versus psychic. I guess you could keep the psychic.
Yeah.
No, I mean, it's a little easier for Monkey, but you're at this point, if you're somehow attacking with Monkey, it doesn't, you're going to use a Luminous. Or you need to use 1 Luminous, so. I think it's fine. Yeah, you put both those in hand. And we can take out the Minior as well. Yeah. To give ourselves 2.
Now, how
We
much
have the
energy,
boss and
how much energy
Sorry,
does the
go
Ho?
ahead.
How much energy does the Ho accelerate again?
2. I believe it's 2 from hand to a benched Ethan's.
So it goes right to the Ho.
Yep. All right, let's see if they
might have a play. They might have a play. I'm trying to figure it out. Like, if they can Ethan's twice with another Ho-Oh, and then they have. Are we going to see a? Oh, let's see. They're going to sob.
So Dragapult needs to just evolve this Benchtra Cloak and start monkeying damage just back, like move those 20 back over.
Yeah, but if the Ethan's has another 2 energy, they just attack with the hoe, and that's game. They
Yep.
only need the 1 prize.
So maybe we also boss up. Or no, we still have Latios, so it doesn't matter if you boss.
Right. I think this might be checkmate. That was the perfect Pokemon to bring up. And like I said, they can't really boss stall. And they've already attached energy for turn. Not that they could move it anyway, so you can't Maractus.
Yeah.
Bear doesn't get there. You would need something like a Professor Turos. Also, weird thing, the Ho has 52 seconds left on the clock.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. They have to have this turn.
Let's see.
Yep.
There's 2.
We retreat. Doesn't matter. GG. "31 seconds left on the clock."
Sheesh.
The Ho's coming in with the big win there. Going to 5-0.
Yeah, they had lots of ways to kind of get through things. Man. What an interesting build.
All right, round 6 is up for everybody. So we will just keep going. And let's see who we have streaming. I saw a couple other people. We got Jedi Theus is in there. Panomi is another person. Let's see what they are under. I'm trying to remember what Panomi's one is. They are... Site's slow. Oh, so my cat keeps trying to sit on my keyboard.
Classic cat behavior.
Oh, yeah. I know. Oh, there it is. Oh, they're just under that name. That makes it even easier. Panomi, they are on Toadscruel, and they are up against Goldingo. I don't know if that's a good matchup for them. Well, you know what? It could be. I'm all for it. You for it?
Yeah, let's do it.
Because if they can get the baby up, I think that becomes an issue. Because if the baby's live, then they can't just keep grabbing more and more energy and keep taking huge KOs, which they have already started. So, give me a sec.
No worries.
What table are we at? Sorry, it's doing this stupid error again. It's giving me like weird sizes. Let me fix that. It up for everybody.
Alt X F4. Usually, let's see, we're doing 9 rounds tonight, so probably 7-1-1.
7-1-1 sounds about right.
Yeah, I feel like with 9 rounds, usually 2 losses make it a little less.
But they have. It's just not a guarantee.
Yeah.
I'm just going to move this over real quick. And I will work this out because, again, this thing is weird. And it does not look good for the Goldingo player already. I mean, I haven't even updated the the things and
So,
names, and this game is almost
Hypermaniac. We could be getting a eSearch Pro.
We had a 5.0 drop.
Ooh.
That is the kind of stuff we were talking about that can throw a wrench into everything.
Okay, something to think about is all the energy is going away for our Toad player.
So they do lose a lot of energy. And funny enough, I do have a Toad Scroll. I think. Yeah, I do have a Toad Scroll card now. Ray made it very legitimate, so now it gets a card as I'm rushing setting everything up.
Oh, but
But
we have the baby Toad Scroll.
the baby's so diabolical.
Yeah, so all that energy used is now just gone.
That was one of the reasons I liked playing what was it? The Iron Thorns that was out for a while.
Mm-hmm.
What was it? Iron Thorns, what, Dragapult? That was a favorite deck of mine for a while because of that Toad Scroll. There we go.
Man, what I just think about with Iron Thorns Dragapult is I played one in San Antonio and I was playing Lugia. I was slightly teched because I had the Flutter Mane for it, but both games I prized Flutter Mane, but they just refused for some reason to not just bench Dreepies, so they would just bench Dreepies over and over again. They also had the baby Toad Scroll in their deck that they would put down, and so even though they started Thorns every game, they would eventually put down a Dreepy, and then I would go boss, summoning star, run him over, and so that's my thought is just always thinking back to that person who just was like had the perfect start every game and was like, I don't need to win this.
I mean, you run into those players, like no matter what they do, something prevents them from winning.
Yeah, realizing.
I mean, I've been one of those players. I'm not going to sit here and lie about it. I never.
Oh, yeah.
I never make bad decisions. I constantly make bad decisions.
Yep.
I mean, I could sit here and tell you almost like every exact bad decision I've made that has cost me a day 2. Or I at least say I can at least say head held high that I did not cost myself a day 2 in Portland. I did get varianced for once. But that happens too.
Yeah. And I mean, without the variance, the game would be a lot less exciting. Something I think we don't think about, and also something I just try and tell myself after variance. I'm on the bad end of it. But as we see this Goldango player just digging around for cards at this point, hoping to scrape something together.
Well, it's like how we all say, a lot of people say, Iono's a lie. Yeah, sometimes it's just variance you lose on Iono.
Yep.
I had that happen today. I Ionoed them to 1, and either they got the top deck or the Iono, and they had it. Whereas when I had a game, they Ionoed me to 2, took out my 1 Gardevoir, right? I had a Ralts. They Ionoed me into Rare Candy, Night Stretcher.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, yeah. All right, Goldango's got a lot of draw power on board here. Do we have anything to do. So interesting looking at this Goldango players list. They play 2 Team Rockets Ariana.
That's kind of interesting. Like, why?
And I was thinking that too, and I realized I needed to scroll down. They play 3 Team Rockets Factory and 4 Team Rockets Petrol. So I'm guessing drawing up to 5 cards is not a terrible supporter. So they do that, and then they get to draw 2 more. Seems not ideal. But it
What?
certainly is a build. And they do have 1 boss's orders and 1 counter catcher. So I'm guessing next turn we're going to be trying to boss's orders KO the baby Toad School.
I mean, that would be your best move, your best hope.
Yeah.
It's definitely one of those things where, like, if I'm the Toad School, I'm trying to make sure I get as many as I can set up. And, like, most of them only play a 1-1 line. Most. So, like, if you're a Goldango player, you're like, okay, if I can get rid of this 1-1, and they don't have another baby, like, or another Toad School set up.
Which we don't have another baby Toad. So I wonder if we, grab. Interesting. We do get a KO, and we can power this Toad Scroll. There's the baby Toad. We can't 1-hit with just a bench of 5, I don't think.
No. And if I'm right, resistance comes into play.
Yeah, I think the resistance. Yeah. We're going to turn away our liability in Fez.
World's greatest liability.
I do think we're probably still fine on the Toad School, because if we punch with the big Toad School, then we can Iron Leaves knock out the next turn.
They play so much energy in the deck. It'd be funny if there was a way to Mew KO, but
yeah. Honestly, I think we have too much on board, but yeah, that's actually probably not an unrealistic thing to shoot for.
this point, I don't even think you even worry about bringing the baby back.
Yeah.
You can two-shot this Goldengo.
Yeah, and I mean, you can see the list doesn't have any disruption, so you know you're safe. I would attach, yeah, so you can have a pivot anyway. They try and trap anything. But yeah, I think you're safe to just punch them and have Iron Leaves win the game. It's also interesting, it's just the one Dreepy Cloak in this. So really thin line. But yeah, that's enough damage that the Ogerpon on the bench can KO it, the Iron Leaves can KO it. It's even enough that you could attach Energy Switch to Mew and use Mew EX genome hacking to KO the Goldengo.
This is definitely a matchup I thought Toedscroll was going to just have a bad time, and it's turning out to not be the case as much as I thought.
Yeah, I think it's if you can get the baby Toad out and avoid it getting knocked out or like right away. After one big KO, it's Goldengo's in trouble. Okay. So the plan now is retreat. Yeah, now we put the squad down. We start filling that bench, fueling those energies. I think we energy switch. You could probably wait to energy switch, but yeah, next turn you can go Big Toad, or you just have Boss. All right, easy peasy. Unless we evolve both these, or no, because we have a damaged one on the bench, so we're fine. Yeah, that's true as well, Shalance. We have Retreat Fez KO also. There are so many ways this Toedscroll player can have it. I'm pretty sure if they even just like
Cough
Boss, or they could even like evolve the baby, one of the cools, and like research and probably find their way into enough energies.
They cough really loudly. That might work.
Yep. Yeah, give them like a little bit of side eye. Okay, we can't do the fun Fez snipe.
Aw. All right, and that's one of those things where if you do it, someone might cry. I would definitely say cry like EM or something like that. They didn't have to do it that way. If you played like 20 cards and do it, yes.
Yeah.
Like there is a point where you are playing too many cards for a KO.
Yep.
And then someone comes crying to me, and then I have to deal with it. And I go, you guys.
Guys, can we just be nice?
Yeah. Usually by now, this is the point of the tournament where there's little to no ever calls about sportsmanship. By now, you get to the people who are like, I'm winning, I'm doing well. Doing something stupid now is probably not a good thing to do.
Yep.
I want to Ian Robbit. Okay, no, that's different, but still, do you want to get that far and then have something like that happen? All right. I messed up the game. Finished there. I was looking at something. Let's go ahead and ourselves back to the caster cave and let's see how everything's going. Take a moment to breathe.
Yes.
All right, let's go update our standings and see where everything is at because we do have 16 matches left. And currently, our number one deck is, guess what? Dragapult. Number 2, Yanmega. Number 3, Dragapult. Number 4, Pokemari, taking their first loss. Probably to Dragapult. Yep, to Dragapult. Actually, how many Dragapults have they played against? A lot.
3, 4. Jeez.
Dragapult, Charizard, Pidgeot, Grimmsnarl, Munkidori drop. That's what's making things interesting. That 5-0 is not making cut, but it's causing a disruption. And then you got the Goldingo Dragapult here at 5-1, Dragapult Duskmar 5-0, Pandat Sab coming in with the Dweeble, Crustle, Cornerstone. This is more of a modified version of that new walls.
I will be right back. Can I go fill my water and everything?
Good call. If that's always one of the points. Is the opponent? I see this Panomi. My opponent calling my deck a worth a judge call. Yes, I'm not going to do it because I'm not going to allow it on here because then it's going to put that into the filters of okay and it is not okay. But yes, that is a judge call. I can see what's said. I don't want it in my chat what's said. I understand why you're saying what you're saying, so I'm just going to let the filter catch it, but I can answer your question. Theus is 5-0. Evan Campbell's 5-0. So we'll have a couple 6-0s. Well, 5-1s. I will actually go check your thing anyways. Now you got me thinking. Yeah, I'm looking at it, man. That's kind of weird. Give me a second. I'm going to contact some of my judges. I'm going to look something up real quick. I'm at least going to issue a warning because at least Google searching the way they spelled that word's giving me a lot of weird stuff. And being from Chile, and there's differences with stuff. Yeah, okay. I'm just going to issue a warning here because at least part of where they're from and some of the stuff I'm getting, and even my judges are kind of like, what? So, not exactly sure.
All right, I'm back.
Yeah, we have a weird thing. Like, I sent you the screenshot of what it was. It's like, but like, I look it up. Like, TikTok gives me like positive like stuff from like Chile using that kind of word, the word they use. But there's some other things like I don't know. It's a weird situation. At worst, I'm just issuing a warning. Yeah. Like I'm not sure. Like I was trying to look up like Portuguese and other things. Like if you look up like on Facebook, that word has a whole thing about Chile. And so, and if they're from Chile, it could literally be just a language barrier thing. And that's why I'm not DQing them. At worst, I'm issuing a warning. And even then, I'm just reaching out to a couple other people and just being like, that word sounds very similar to a different word in English. And because of that, just be careful using it. Because like we look at it, I'm like, oh,
Yeah, that's weird.
yeah. But like, there's stuff like in Chile, it does mean like duck. So yeah, it's just weird. Because I'm seeing other things, and it looks like it is literally. We're trying to figure out what the word cueck in Chile is. I'll even type in chat here. It's very similar to a different word, but I'll show it here on screen. This is like a YouTube video from Chile. And the player's from Chile. I don't know. Maybe it's a cute deck. They like ducks. So.
Oh, is it like quack?
Yeah, I think it's like quack. It's just sort of like in Chile. And I don't know what Chilean language is because I'm not from there and I don't know what my language is. So
I guess, yeah, like Spanish, like ducks, you spell it CUAC.
that does make me wonder. What is the Chilean language? It says it's
Spanish.
Speaking Chilean is not is Spanish, but it's different. Okay, so there's a whole different variety of it in Chile.
Yeah, I feel like I've seen that, or like seen stuff that like Chilean Spanish has like a bit of difference.
So
Then
it just at worst, I just do the warning. They didn't mean anything bad about it. Just like, hey, just be forewarned that it could be someone could take it wrong. But now that I know, I can at least come in and be, whoa, it's not what you think. Something else.
Yeah.
But final match is finished. Let's go ahead to the stands real quick, and then we'll keep going. 3-6-0s. Charizard Pidgeot. Dragapult Dusknoir. Dragapult. Yanmega is at 5-1. Dragapult at 5-1. Charizard Pidgeot 5-1. Dragapult at 5-1. Quinn's Goldingo Dragapult. Gardevoir. We have a 5-0 drop still. Evan Campbell with Yanmega is making some moves. Grimstar Flossslash still at 5-1. Jedi Theus is at 5-1. Panda Sab. I don't know exactly what that is, but we got our first Raging Bolt's not until 20th. We do have a Garchomp at 21. What's cut going to be? 7-1-1 is a guaranteed. So we need to find our next match. Let's see what Jedi Theus is up against. We haven't had Gardevoir on tonight. They're up against Yanmega. I think we're watching Gardevoir.
Yeah.
Plus, both Jedi Theus has actually won a couple challenges. And there they are.
7-2, maybe.
Maybe.
Mix cut. Because of the 5-0 drop, that could affect and like gives there a better chance. But it really comes down to how many, like if all the top players just ID their way in, it might just be over.
I need to find the one table that is actually working, and then I'm going to create a new master template while we're here. So I can stop running into this issue of having to resize it like every other game.
Another thing, yeah, so we have 3 6-0s right now rather than 4. Because I think because of the drop. So you know, a 6 or a 7-0 is going to play a 6-1 and they might not want to ID potentially. So I feel like there's a okay chance an X2 could make it. But there's also, you know, 5-1 goes all the way down to 23rd place. So it might even just be that like a bunch of X1s get there. We'll see.
Yeah, that's all we can say. It's just, we'll see. It's probably the hardest part of like running these is knowing like after a certain amount, I always don't know what is going to make it and what doesn't.
Yeah.
We are on what, round 7? I think I forgot to update it last round, but that's fine. Because I'm just now creating a new master table because things are weird. And then they are on Yanmega. I might just have to spend the rest of the day not using a master table. Which is fine.
Yeah, just more work. More effort.
All right, there we go. It's one of those things like I did it to like make my workload easier and I can make things work faster, and then I screwed it up just one night. Trying to make sure we could see a whole game. There we go. That should be fine. That will be my new master table for now. Ooh, not the start you want to see as a Gardevoir player. That
Yeah.
is
Oof, 4. And honestly, those mulligans didn't do much.
well, at least on Yamega. Yamega's not going to attack right off the bat. It has to set up as much as you have to set up.
Yeah.
Question is, what do you discard here? Yeah, I think you do the Iono.
I guess, yeah, it's a question of, do you feel better about researching this hand, or are you going to Iono the hand?
The worst part is you have the 2 Ionos in hand, so it makes you feel like you need to hold on to those.
Yeah.
That's the easiest, man. Just go double basic energy there.
I wonder if you.
I can see that, actually. I would not do the...
Yeah. Well, I think if you're gonna, I think you evolve Ralts to Curlia, you get like Badoo. Okay, you get Monkey. I wouldn't have minded. Or wait, we're still on turn 1, huh?
Yeah,
I
we're still
was
on turn
thinking a
1.
turn ahead. I don't know why my brain was like, yeah, it's turn 2. But yeah, so then we're just evolve to Curlia, attach active to Fez. I know. See what we can find.
It's like, even now, even talking about like people asking what the record makes. If I had done 8, we would like not have an easy clean cut.
Yeah. I mean, Yon Mega's just getting lots of stuff out, so
many baby Yon Megas. What's up, Ariel Levy Chess? Hopefully you're having a good night. Dude. Also, thank you for the follow. And yes, Zan cannot believe Mello likes turkey bacon. It has been like years since that happened, and he still has not let him down. Let him live it down. We ever go? If you're ever at a regional and you get a chance to eat breakfast with Mellow Magikarp, he's like anti-breakfast.
interesting.
And I love breakfast. For Father's Day, Mrs. Doom made French toast, and it was the best. And the thing is, I hated French toast until Mrs. Doom started making it.
I feel like French toast goes in waves for me, or sometimes I'll be like, I'll go, I feel like it's like a streak of like, yep, I'm hyped on French toast. Then for a while, I'll be way less into it.
Can we play? This is a tournament. We are following other players right now. So I am not playing. We are commentating on all the games here as we do see the Cleffa come in. We run a tournament every Friday. We've run it for 3 years now. It's my baby. Just started 2 days ago. Well, this is a good place also just to learn about different decks, learn about different things. We try to put on a variety of decks as we can. We try to talk about it. Like one of the things you're seeing right now is the Yanmega deck. Yanmega has not done anything in a major tournament, like an in-person tournament, but it has been doing fairly well on the online tournaments. And so it's worth to see what it's doing, see how it plays, see what the players are. And Gardevoir is probably one of the most played decks out there, or sometimes is. It wasn't so much tonight. What's up, Stellar? How's your night going? I know, I'm jealous. It feels like it's either going to be like insanely broken or it's going to not be as good as we think it is, and it's just having a good run in Japan. Like walls. Remember when everyone was afraid of walls there for a minute, and I went out and bought like Melodics at like at the horrible price
For Ralligator, like Crocodile's my favorite Pokemon, and so that Feraligatr deck gave me such hope. I was like, oh my gosh, I'm gonna be able to play my favorite Pokemon like at a tournament and like could be getting championship points with like Feraligatr, Crocodile, the whole line, and it just, it was like a meta call best of one style thing, and it hurts so much that it just wasn't it.
It's like I keep hoping for a Fuecoco deck at some point to be like really good, and it just doesn't. It's just not there.
I know, and that's another one too. That's like it's just like it has some pieces, but it just doesn't quite have it. And like I had really hoped to do well enough in Atlanta to get over 700 points and lock up my invite at that time. So I could have played just Crocodile and had fun in Portland for my last one, and that didn't happen. But I've played it locally and done okay, but it's just a bummer. It's not quite the deck it needed or could have been based off of Japan.
I'm looking at how Raging Bolt's designed. I want to do it like a dopey picture of it.
Mm-hmm.
Or a skateboard design where it would be like super long skateboard. Like the neck's like overly long.
Mm-hmm.
And it's so weird. Like I'm working. I don't know, honestly, I am working on it while doing this. I'm watching the game on one side and then drawing because I can do that because I'm great at that. It's just bad.
I wonder, do you remember? I don't know how popular they are anymore. Probably not very, but Ripsticks.
Don't know.
It's like a skateboard, but it's like basically like in two parts, and there's a long neck that connects the two parts where your feet stand, and you do like a little weird weaving back and forth thing. And I feel like somehow you could do a funny Raging Bolt design on a Ripstick, but I think they're probably not really a thing anymore.
I did announce in the tournament thing that the round was up, right? Oh, I missed. I didn't do that. Sorry. Yeah, like I've been looking to make a skateboard. And I think a Raging Bolt with like a stupid design with a really long neck could do that.
Yeah.
And like I'm just literally looking at like a picture of Raging Bull, like the stock one, and I'm just trying to draw it as poorly as I can. But the problem is like I have to still layer it all a certain way. So like for the print, so like I'm drawing it, and then I got to go back and color it like underneath the lines, and it's weird. But I mean, whatever. The hard part's gonna be all those stupid V's on its neck.
Yeah.
Stupid V's. Consonant V's for all you old people out there. Or I guess they're like hearts almost. Is that Spiky Sequoia? I'll send you a screenshot of it real quick where I'm at. Doot 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 doot.
Oh, that's fun.
The movie, The Energy.
No, the Raging Bolt.
Oh, yeah. I always show a chat here. After this match, you guys can see the horrible drawing I'm working on. As long as it looks something like Raging Bull, I don't think it matters. It's like that Eevee one that got stolen by my freaking children. Okay, this is the question here. Hey, Buster Boys, you might not be out. Might not be out. What do you go after here? Do you go after the energy on the bench? On the Dunsparce? Do you go after the Dunsparce? Do you go after the other Yamega? Maybe 10 short from KOing that Yamega.
I guess you maybe put the damage there from the Guardy, and then you're screen tailing the energy to Dun or Baby Dun.
Yeah, they're just going to go after the baby. Because I think the Yanmega likes to play, this one plays the EX. Of the Dunsparce. Checking. Yes. So by putting that on there, they would get the Destructive Drill, which I didn't realize that is not affected by any effects on your opponent's active Pokemon. So they could have had another attacker. Could have been set.
Yeah, because that's what I remember. Goldango, people were playing it with Goldango, I think, for that shred attack into walls.
So everyone who missed has been dropped. Standings will keep being updated. Jedi Theus here, fairly good spot. I don't remember Jedi play. That's why we have deck lists. They play rare candy. Like it feels weird for a Gardevoir deck not to play rare candy now.
Yeah, they have two. They used one for this original Gardevoir, so I don't know, or for the original Guardy, so I don't know. We'll see if we have another.
That's a lot of energy there on that benched one.
Yeah, and I think if we are able to knock out this benched Gardevoir or benched Yanmega, we might be okay.
There's Rod, there's everything but the candy.
I wouldn't have hated Ultra Ball thin.
Could get a second Ralts here. Evolve into Kirlia. Rod,
Yeah.
the Gardevoir's back? Because I'm assuming they only played 2 Gardevoirs.
This one has 3. I wonder if we could retreat into a monkey and confuse.
They're going to retreat as it is.
Oh, yeah. So, yeah, I think we just attach a psychic to pivot next turn, Rod the Gardevoir, and Ino to get rid of that massive hand.
I might as well get rid of the Badoo. Oh, you do have a Gardevoir in deck. Okay. You could also possibly, not even just Iono here, you could just research.
Yeah.
I understand. So I saw you streaming this morning.
Yeah, I think, let's see.
Mrs. Doom has to be up like at 6 a.m. tomorrow.
Oof.
Yeah, so I'm gonna.
I think we just Ino here and assume we get there. Because we'll have Fez, we have 3 Guardies. Yeah, put the energy in there so you can retreat it. Yeah. Don't let them have that ginormous hand. Yeah. That's perfect.
You Roy Scream, take out the Dunsparce, and then at this point, all you're looking for possibly is.
I mean, you just need Gardevoir. Another monkey would be great. I mean, if they take out. Yeah. Let's see. That was just one candy, I think, in the. So yeah, research probably gets you there.
There's the Buzzing Boost. Like, you get Earthen Vessel. You don't have any way of bringing up that other one. You have to KO the Yanmega in front of you. Alternatively, you could KO the Pheasantipity. So okay, we knew the Kirlia was a possibility.
Yep. I think that's still fine. Because they have no way to get 2 prizes next turn. Because they have no, yeah, they don't have a way to knock out Fez. So let's vessel away shaman, thin things out, make sure we have all our energy out, and well, I guess no, we don't want a vessel because none of our Gardevoirs are. On the bottom. So we want to just research should guarantee a Gardevoir.
And a candy, right?
Yeah. If they have candy,
They do.
yeah, they would have. They could have. Yeah, it was guaranteed.
Get the
I
get
think
the get the dark energy
because they
out.
shuffled.
No. Get the dark energy out. ASIM cut? No, we don't do ASIM cuts. Sorry. It already goes long enough.
Never punished.
Never punished. It already goes long enough. I mean, at this point,
You should have enough with the bravery charm in the discard to just knock
Kill.
out Fez.
we did it once, and we ended up playing almost till 5 in the morning my time for the ASIM cut. And so I said, only if we ever hit some ridiculous number. But the regional is ASIM cut. See, this would have been the spot where
How do we only have 3?
you have one on the Pheasantipity.
Oh. Huh. I mean, you're still fine. They can't take multiple prizes. So.
There's just no more energy left.
So yeah, you just punch the active then, and then Gardevoir can move to knock anything out.
I'm glad you're having fun, Spiky. We have 2 more rounds left, round 8 and 9, which will make an interesting cut as it is. Actually, let me update the standings because I think we're almost done with this round. I got 6 matches left.
Let's see, 60. Interesting.
Yeah, we've done this every week for almost 3 years. Well, okay, at this point, you can move all that damage around.
Yeah.
They don't have the Dun Sparks they're trying to use. Yeah, just move the damage around, have it all set, and then unless this
I think you,
there's
I
no
put you,
there's no jamming tower in this list, right?
let's double check. No, 2 artisans.
So no jamming towers. So there's no way there's a possibility that Pheasantipity ever getting KO'd then.
Yep.
So yeah, now you're in a very dominant spot here.
Yep. Honestly, I think if they had, even if they had just psychic embraced to the Gardevoir, and left it on the bench and then monkeyed that damage off and then just punched something with Screamtail, I think we would have been in this very similar fine spot. So I don't know if there was much the Gardevoir player could have done to really bungle this.
Not put the charm on the Pheasantipity.
Yeah.
What's up, son? I mean, why are you awake? Usually you're here like 3 hours earlier. You just retreat here and you just take the KO with the
Yep.
Screamtail. You're awake because I'm awake. And I'm awake because I do this every week to myself. Well, you know what you could have done as well? You could just move the 60 off the Screamtail onto the active, and then you still win anyways. There was like 5 different ways to win.
Yeah, that Drifloon being prized made it a little more complicated, but
They got there.
yeah, yeah, I think you had a pretty good, lots of options overall.
I'm going to move us real quick. So that we can get a good idea of where everybody's at. This. Oh, hey, the round just ended anyways. Cool. Well, we'll give you a quick update on standings, and then we'll get the next round going because we keep things moving because it's late at night. 2 7-0s, K-Bro, Dragapult Dustorar, and Dragapult. These two should be IDing. Bunch of 6-1s. How many is that? That's
12.
12.
So
5.
10.
Yeah, 10. So we'll have 5. There's a good chance a 2 makes it tonight. And again, I think that 5-0 drop screwed everything up.
Yeah.
Well, end round. Let's go ahead and get our countdown reset. Pause, reset. Prepare next round. It's going. Find ourselves a match.
Yeah, I think the 7-0s are also fine to not ID, assuming that they could ID the next one if they lose.
What is Panda on again? Well, the Dweeble Crustle, Iron Thorns, the Mikyu, but they're up against Frostlass Monkey Dory. Or not Frostlass, Grimmsnarl Monkey Dory. Or Frostlass. I don't know. I don't know how they fully win that. But hey, Gassy, if you can stream or if your opponent can stream, that'd be great. I want to see this matchup. I want to see how this goes.
Yeah, definitely an interesting one. Because that monkey Frostlass damage could get really bad.
You can move a lot of stuff. You can still attack the Iron Thorns. You still have the second evolution of Grimmsnarl.
Yeah. And 2 energy to start punching with Grimmsnarl isn't that hard to power up.
We do have Jetitheus is up against Spidops, so I'm not against that either. Oh, Panda said they can, so we will go with that. Which means I get to break out my all-time favorite card on the stream, the substitute card. 100% my favorite one.
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot which one we're watching. I need to do this like a challenge, as like a 24-hour tournament where we cast like every round and see how far we can go.
Yeah.
You know, DK's like, yeah.
I'm just thinking, like, man, that would be that'd be pretty wild.
The longest stream I've done is 16 hours, so can be done.
Yeah.
That had me like drawing and bags giving me money and other stuff like that.
that be?
Oh, they said they didn't have it set up. Never mind, they would have, but they couldn't. I haven't heard from Gassy, so we'll go with the Jedi TS game then. Just get a game up.
Yep.
Get an interesting deck with the Spite Ops. So I will just get the game going, and then I will update these to the proper names. Metamika. I actually do not have a card just for Spite Ops. And I want to double check this. No, I have it for Mewtwo, but I do not have one for Spite Ops. And Spite Ops might be getting one. I need to just go now and look at all the decks that are showing up like on Limitless, and then going from that and figuring it out. There was a time I was making these as the games were going on.
Yep.
I was like, I forgot about this deck. I didn't realize this was a real deck. Oh my god, this is a real deck.
Yeah.
So, I don't want to say Gardevoir is favored in this, but definitely doesn't feel like Gardevoir has a very hard time.
Yeah. How's it going, Vulcan Turtle?
What's up, Vulcan Turtle? I saw you were 5-2 tonight, and 5-2 might still make it if you haven't dropped yet. We are in a very weird spot tonight. I think we just got their ID. Yep, there we go. 7-0's ID'd. Oh wait, no! I pressed double game loss. Oh no!
Oh no, it's unreversible. Irreversible.
It's the worst thing I've ever pressed. Actually, someday. Ooh,
One day.
Maybe if I have people fighting over a win, like he slow played, he did this, and then I go, you both get the loss.
I'll create an alt account just to cause mischief.
Try to get paired up. Get paired up to yourself.
Or even just like accuse somebody of slow playing for no reason, just to get an argument going, set the precedent, set the table for a double game loss.
Like, I will be honest, slow play is probably the one call we make the least.
Yeah.
And part of it is it's just hard. One part hard to prove, and then one part with the amount of time we have now set up on the clocks, just doesn't matter.
Yeah.
You want to know the worst thing is about trying to draw badly when you can draw well is? Things still look good.
Yeah.
This is why I should have my kids draw it. Not that they don't steal my ideas anyways. Frog. Or my good pulls. Frog.
Frog is just an AI, just stealing ideas, putting out a worse version.
They are the worst version of me. This Mrs. Doom hears that. Don't you talk bad about our children.
Miss Doom just goes in, gives everybody double game losses the rest of the tournament.
She would do that. She would look for every reason to. Vulcan Turtle, I don't blame you, man. I actually had to move it back a week from the original announced date because I do have a commitment that I cannot get out of for that day. It was something that came up later. I'm like, oh my god, I have to do this. There's not much of a choice. So it got moved back a week. But I don't think many people are complaining because it's still the week before Worlds. And some people were like, oh, that means I can just test closer to Worlds than I did before.
Yeah.
So like the amount of people who cared was like 0.
Yeah. Also, it is a scary looking bench with all those spiders.
You ever see the movie Arachnophobia?
No, but I know of the movie, so
Yeah, that's that. If this deck's name isn't Arachnophobia, I would be entirely sad.
yeah. And here comes the Cleffa trap. Did we start the Cleffa? I totally forgot.
I believe so.
Okay. I have, I do have a Dedenne. That I remember just keeping. I thought about getting rid of it, but I was like, no, this attack is too good.
What set is the Dedenne even from? Is it from the new set?
No, it's like a few sets ago, I feel like. Let's see.
Because it might be one of those cards like I have. I probably have it. I just don't realize it.
Yeah. Let's see. Surging Sparks.
And no, I don't have it because I have like 0 cards from Surgeon Sparks. That is one of the only sets I have not even opened a single pack of in the most recent sets. I've been able to find Destined Rivals. I found Prismatic. Well, okay, I didn't find Prismatic. Prismatic was gifted to me by TPCI. Again, thank you, TPCI, for that.
Nice.
So I've opened that. I've opened Journey Together. I've opened quite a few Journey Together. Like if you have the Pokemon Center machines near you, a lot of times they still have Journey Together because like scalpers just don't see any value in it.
Yep.
Oh yeah, this is big Spider Ops too. And then I think the next set they're going to find out that there's like no value, and part of me has wondered if not TPCI, the Pokemon Company itself has printed so many Illustrator rares in the new set, if anything, to flood the market.
Yeah. I also think, yeah, I don't know. I wonder if part of it is like they just enjoy like how much people have been enjoying all the cool arts for Pokemon, like that Pokemon's had lately, that they're like, yeah, we're going crazy.
Which, I mean, isn't a horrible thing.
Yeah. And then, yeah, I think also it seems like we're in that phase of the cycle too, where the scalping is going to die down for a minute, and then a Charizard set, a Mega Charizard set will come out, and it'll be right back up. and then it'll fade down, and then a evolution set or a Pikachu set will come out, and
Well, there's
it's just that cycle.
it's a rumored mega Gardevoir set. Not Gardevoir, Greninja set's coming.
Yeah.
That it's getting one of the new megas for ZA.
Ugh. I don't like Greninja that much. I think for me, it is one of the more overrated Pokemon. And I think, and probably part of that too is like, I don't know, I didn't love any of the starters from XY.
Really trying there to see if that bug's still active with the treats.
Yeah, they were. Oh my gosh. But yeah, and I think Radiant Greninja too was like too good of a card that, it got annoying to play against Radiant Greninja for a while there. So it's like, yeah, just.
Radiant Greninja is 100% the MVP of the Radiants.
Yeah.
Radiant Charizard is a number 2. And then everything else is after that. But those, easy enough. You look at it, you go Greninja number 1, Charizard number 2.
Yeah. I think Radiant Alakazam did enough kind of middle, and then at the end to lock up that number 3 spot.
Especially when paired up with Dragapult.
Yeah.
Yeah,
like I think it kind of like did some stuff with Arceus for a little bit in some odd decks.
That chat's easy third. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, so I think based on what it did with Radiant or with Arceus, it like probably was pretty close to being the third best Radiant. And then with Dragapult, it really solidified itself.
Unlike the amazing rares, they needed Lugia to be good. So just even looking at it, you go Greninja 1, Charizard 2, Alakazam 3. I would say like Sneasler 4.
Yep.
And then after that, it becomes like maybe Serena, maybe Radiant Jirachi. Like they had plays and stuff. Radiant Gardevoir did for a short time.
Yeah, I think after Alakazam, I think Sneasler had its moment. And then I think, you have the Serena,
Radiant
Hawlucha.
Heatran did. I don't think Hawlucha had a lot, much of a play.
It did for a minute with when like Ice Rider, Calyrex VMAX was the play. Same with like the Kyurem VMAX. So I think like that Jirachi, those like Gardevoir that like had a random deck it would get used in. And then you get into then like the Radiant Eternatus Charjabug, Eevee, Blastoise that just did nothing ever.
Blastoise had a deck for a short time. There was a short time we had it. We had one. I don't remember what it was, but there was one.
Let's see if which Radiants didn't get
The Limitless page.
Radiant Eternatus did get 2.
There was a Radiant Eternatus deck for a while. It was using as many VMAXs as you could.
Yeah, I remember how much hype there was around Radiant Eternatus. It just came out way too late.
If it was a early deck, maybe.
Yeah, I think if it had come out like at the beginning of Radiance, there could have been something, but yeah. Radiant Jirachi had quite a few limitless entries.
It was in more decks than anything. What was it? It was the single prize Zoroark deck. I think used it.
Yeah. Yeah. There was like a Snorlax, some random Arceus lists, a control deck. Somehow Radiance and Steelix did not.
That one doesn't surprise me.
Radiant Venusaur did, because it was in the third place Durant list from the Brisbane regional that was just all Lugia like pure counters.
Australian regionals are some of the most fun. Like you
Yeah.
end up with some of the weirdest stuff. And like I kind of do wish OCIC was still a thing. I can give you like 5 guesses why it's not. And I would say most of it probably deals with not the players. I think it deals with production.
Yeah.
Like I was I listened to a lot of like wrestling podcasts, and it came up on one that to like get a ring to Australia, they had to ship it like 4 months in advance,
Jeez.
and then it got stuck like at sea still, and they had to like go find a new one.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, if you can't like buy and like have the stuff already there in Australia,
It's gonna cause you nothing but heartache.
yep. And like, getting all the production crew, the talent, all that to Australia too is going to be a lot. They don't have as established of casters down there already. I also just wouldn't be surprised if Pokemon puts the Australians into the TPC region eventually to just make that whole, chunk of the, just the Pacific all in that TPC style.
I've wondered that. Like, I don't think it's a good idea,
No.
but I've wondered that.
Looking at our game board here, they retreated Cleffa to get those energies untrapped off of it. And I am not sure if it was correct. I know we needed to get energies into the discard, but you can only, it's coming right back.
It just keeps coming back, and I think that's the biggest issue they're running into here is that Cleffa being out there, and the Gardevoir running a lack of Turos lately.
Yep.
Gardevoir has been probably the number one prime suspect for getting stuck, and having these kind of decks that can stick, just get something stuck there.
Yeah, I mean, it's a block lack esque deck here. the Zoroark too. I mean, there's not much to like that we care, but just, you know, ending this quicker. So I think we might be approaching checkmate. I mean, we can get 2 energy onto it thanks to Monkey Dory. So we could actually retreat. Oh no. We just don't have the energy.
Like, I think this is the closest we've had to like a control deck on in the longest time.
Yeah.
And like I said,
Unfortunately, the Pidgeot's only at 260. Yeah, I think that does it.
and then we see the concession. Oh, not what you want to see. But as much as we want to say, like, is Jedi Theus out? Well, I believe they are. We are waiting on 5 matches, so let's go ahead and jump back up to our little caster cave real quick. And I will share my screen so Daycamp can see what I'm looking at, and so everyone else can see what I'm looking at. Yeah, it was something like I felt like Gardevoir should have won. But also, again, like Cleffa stuck out there is horrible.
Yeah.
So here's our current standings. As it is, a 6-2, I think, makes it, because I think Gennaro and Tapu Will are the last 6-1s playing. Yes. So, as it is, a 6-2 will be making it tonight, or 7-2. All the 7-1s and 7-0-1s can IT and safely. Which currently, right now, we have Dragapult Dusknoir's in, Dragapult's in, Grimmsnarl Frostlass should be in, again, as long as Gassy IDs. Alex Jin, again, with Raging Bolt. They were with it, I think, last week. Penomi with Toedscroll should be in. Mandamika should be in with Spide Ops. And then, again, whoever wins Gennaro or Tapu will be number 7. And then after that, it comes down to winning percentage, which Hardbass Legolas and Edwin Bach are right on top of each other's ass, with Panda Sab right there as well. Pokemari's still in it. Jedi Theus is still in it. Then it gets a little bit more wonky. Even at this point, it's still wonky at 60. But yeah, 1-7-2 makes it more if any of the 7-1s don't ID. Which it happens. And it's funny. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
All right, chat, you want to see what I was talking about, like weird drawing wise, what I'm doing right now? I will show you. I will pop open my thing real quick. I'll add a new window, and I'll show you what I was talking about, like doing a horrible Raging Bolt. Add window capture. Say window capture for now. I want Illustrator. There we go. All right, I'll transition over to it real quick. Whoop. But I'm working on. I'm working. I've been drawing this dopey looking Raging Bolt. I'm working on coloring it and stuff, so it'll be like super weird. Yeah, make a great playmat if I made like if I put like 3 of them. But hey, it keeps my mind sharp in a different way. So we're waiting on one match. Want to guess what that last match is?
I don't know. I mean, it's not Spide Ops, so
Raging Bolt versus Joltik Box, which
that
yeah,
usually doesn't take that long.
that's one of them I thought would have been done. But we'll update the standings real quick. So yeah, hard bass Legolas 6-2, best shot Edwin Bach right up there too. I will try to get either one of those players if I can. Again, yeah, that one should have been done. Like, chat. It's weird that one's not done, right? But this is on Mega Deck. Interesting that it's been doing. Wait, what? Whoa! I didn't realize this one has Iron Hands.
Yeah, that's what I had seen before.
So that makes sense why this one might be 7-1 right now. The Crustle helps as well. You can set checkmate with certain stuff. But the buzzing boost, you can get all that energy out, and then you can jet cyclone it right back to a Iron Hands. Quick, easy. That match is done. We're going to round 9. We're going to finish this out. All right. I want to see if I can get Edwin. Lucario stand is actually is in a good place too.
Yeah, I think lots of people still in it tonight.
See, Lucario, Jytheus is, Pep TCG is, Lucario stand. He's a little low on the Dragapult. Pika Boy YT should have stayed in it. But again, Edwin or Hardbass Legolas is your two best ones. And
And I know Pandemy was talking about not taking the ID, but they did get the down pair, so they will need to play it out.
Yes, one was getting the ID. Or getting down paired. So that even throws in more. All right, so Pep says they can for the Edwin Bach matchup. So we'll have Pep TCG from their side, and we will be they are playing Dragapult versus Dragapult. Who's ready for the mirror? But this has probably one of the biggest implications into the top cut that we can get on. This topic pretty much cooked. No, actually, we have a lot of stuff, a lot of stuff bouncing around. All right, there's Pep. Let's go ahead and go jump down there. So we don't know.
Yeah, at least 1-7-2 is going to make it potentially 2.
And we got Manamika just took the ID. So I think everyone else who could ID is ID'd. And the rest of it is up for hope. Which
either 2, 6 or 7-2s will make it, depending on Panamy's game.
Yep. So yeah, so 2 7-2s. Even if Edwin and Hardbass win, well, okay, they actually have like a 3% over. If they win, I think those two are essentially in. But Panami didn't pair up to either one of them, so Panami can win, and then it only becomes 1-7-2. So we could have two.
Yeah, and if Panami wins, they are the 1 seed as well, which
So on this end, we are just waiting for the game to get going. Once the game gets going, we'll have it up and we'll watch the ever fun. What's the bad news, Panami?
against Grimmsnarl,
I mean, like,
that seems
pretty favored for you, right? No, they are not.
I don't think you should need blatant rules either to know that they're not allowed.
So someone was asking in one of the games, asking why did one of the games end in a draw? Why? Because an intentional draw is 100% just so that you know taking just the 1 point is better than anything else.
Yep.
Okay, I guess you were the person asking where they're from. Oh, okay, it might have been. So yeah, that is weird. Like asking is it legal, but yes, intentional draws are legal. What is Edwin on again? Like we thought it says Dragapult, but that's not. That's a Torchic.
Is it?
I'm looking it up. It's like Dragapult Blaziken.
Oh.
This isn't a straight Dragapult. Now that we're looking into it, it is not. This is a Dragapult Blaziken versus a straight Dragapult, which I am even now going to double check. That Pep is a straight Dragapult. Yes, 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 it is. Okay, so Blaziken Pult. That is actually interesting, considering how hard it is to accelerate energy to that. Like you get that going, you're gonna get some good stuff. Like
Interesting. They've got the unfair stamp, 2 rocket bombs. Huh.
Rocket Bomb's showing up. We had it show up last week. We're having it showing up this week. To me, it's definitely as interesting for decks that have like Munkidori in it.
Yep.
Because it doesn't matter if you fail it, the flip, you're just moving the damage anyways. Either you're putting an extra 2 damage on them or you're moving it off yourself and Cool, I got extra 2 damage.
Yep.
I don't remember how Limitless does their deck selection on what deck icon it is. It's been a point.
I think they might like be able to set things, and so like because there's 2 Dragapults, the Limitless defaults to that, where Blaziken is like been known more for being just like an Excel, like a draw engine type card, but for energy. So that could be part of it.
That is true.
And again, I don't have like secret insider information into how it works, but from my understanding of just being a long time Limitless observer and deck watcher, that it seems like they like have a thing that says like if there's this many of this card, you know, it belongs to this deck. So then it, yeah.
I think Robin once explained it, but like most things when I'm being taught, I was like playing on my game system, or I was playing like a game of Pokemon. Like, oh yeah, I'll remember this someday.
Yep.
I have legit ADHD. Don't blame me.
I wonder if we have any energy in the discard for Blaziken. Because you could counter catcher and hopefully just stick something for a turn and Badoo them.
That's another one of those things. Like we're talking a little bit earlier that Monkey Dory's been like the definition of
Yep.
of this format.
Yeah.
And like everyone thought it was going to be Badoo Wars from now until the end of time. I mean, it's still out there. Still doing its thing. But it's not anywhere near as prevalent as we thought it would be.
Yeah, I think if we didn't have monkeys, it probably would be a lot more Badoo warring, but
The thing is, monkeys are in so many decks.
Yeah, because it's just so easy to tech in a dark energy with how many things have a colorless energy in their attack, and we have luminous and things, so.
Top Cut's going to look weird. It could. I will update the standings.
Yeah.
Update the standings as I get them. So if you're following along on the standings page, currently Panami is sitting in 9th.
Oof. With 2/7/2s above.
Yeah, I think Panami's out. I'm sorry, Panami. The down pair hurt, especially considering it was a winnable matchup.
Yeah, but it is less than 1% difference between you and 8th place right now. So you need to hope your opponents can kind of get there. But we're also looking at quite a few 60% 6-2s still playing. So yeah, I think unless we get a lot of natural ties, we might be out Panamoni, unfortunately, which is a bummer. I was hoping for some toes in cut.
Just like that little extra bit of chaos to everything. And the worst part is, Grimmsnarl is like a winnable matchup because you should be hitting weakness on everything, right?
Yeah.
But just you're dead. That makes sense. Sometimes the most winnable matchup is you go in, you're like, yeah, I got it. I got the matchup I want. And then you just, pardon my French, but it is after midnight, shit the bed. I've definitely had those matchups where I'm like, yes, I've got this. And then all of a sudden I don't. I'm sitting there like, how did Joltik Box beat me again?
I mean, yeah, there's a lot of abilities for Toad School that Frostlass can exploit.
Also, like, even though they have those abilities they can exploit, it's just a little bit luck to it. And also remember, anything that can go wrong will go wrong. Such as Milo Murphy's Law. Actually, you ever watch that cartoon series?
Which series?
Milo Murphy's Law.
No.
It's by the guys who did Phineas and Ferb, and it's got Weird Al in it. Thanks, Murph. Doot. Zam, thank you for the follow. It's weird. A weird show, but it's a lot of fun. It's about a family who are like they're like the descendants of the guy who made Murphy's Law.
Oh.
And they have all the bad luck in the world, so things like always fall around them, things fall apart. It's horrible things. It's about like the teenage son dealing with it, and he's got like a backpack and all this other weird stuff, and it's again just kind of a fun show. Again, Weird Al sings the theme song and plays the main character, so
That's fun.
which Weird Al is the whole reason why I'm not even going to Worlds as a content creator. Thanks, Weird Al.
Sabrina Carpenter is in that show?
Yeah. That's when she was still doing all the Disney stuff. And you want to know something cool? Danielle Fisher, who plays Topanga in Boy Meets World, and then obviously Topanga in Girl Meets World, is a huge wrestling fan and has done work now with Danhausen.
Oh, that's fun.
She even got her own figure of Danhausen with Danhausen and her in the Danhausen makeup.
Nice.
You go for confusion here, or is your best move, right?
I think so. You could, because like punching with Ursaluna doesn't feel great. Um, hmm.
Because what's up, Dion? Attorney, 9 rounds. Very interesting cut because we are going to have 2 7-2s make it. The Latios can kind of help. You can't really stall either.
Oh, Neo Upper went to the bottom. For some reason, I forgot that they hadn't played Neo Upper yet. I was thinking they had used it.
It is at this point you're just trying to find Neo Upper, right? Because you have the bosses. You have the Latios to possibly get something out of there, so you don't even want to put Bear down. I think you just pass. Or you put the Latios down and you give him the Halucha. You keep Monkey Dory with energy.
Yeah. And they do need to switch the Blaziken. It can't attack 2 turns in a row. So you are okay to leave it in the active.
There's Artisan. Grabbing some of the Artisan.
Our own monkey.
Probably getting another chicken here.
Yeah, if we have another Blaziken EX, we can punch with the Blaziken EX and that'll be pretty good. I wonder what their last card in hand was. Or is, because they got rid of a candy. And they could have candied out to get the Torchic as less of a liability. Now the question is, do you just heal the damage, put it on the Halucha? Or do you... I think you just do that, because it's going to get ping-ponged right back. Did you see how much energy Blaziken has in the discard the last time they checked?
No, I did not. I missed it. That was one of those quick things.
Yeah, that's what... I don't know when the last time they checked, but yeah.
7-2 on Joltic
Just
Box.
counter
David.
Sorry, go ahead.
David, let me update the standings to see where you're at. Oh, not making cut, but 7-2 on Joltic Box, got up to 13th. So I have a possibility to get in. Right now, Tapu Will and Jeditheus are the 2 that are getting in. As of right now, we have 3 matches left, including this match. So essentially 2 of the matches still playing are like competing for 8th place. to get into cut.
So we have the fire. So I think what we do is we counter catcher KO the Torchic. And then you can boss's orders KO next turn. Or not. I guess Bear gets you there just as well.
Right, if Edwin wins, he takes a spot. I mean, you could...
You attach the fire to the Dragapult. So
Yeah.
you can... Yeah. Okay,
Take the-
this works too, I guess.
As long as they're not sitting on a boss's orders, they're in a decent enough spot to maybe win.
Yeah.
But I guess this all comes down to what happens here. I'm sitting here thinking they have the boss's orders.
I...
If they're artisan, maybe not. They're showing us the boss here. How many did they play? Only one or two? They can't use counter capture.
Just one for Edwin.
If Edwin only
So-
plays one, then it means that's out.
Yeah. So we need to evolve both Dreepy and Torchic to be out of headbutt range, or which we're not.
So this and the
I wonder if we're
Pokemon,
gonna
this and the Pokemari
I just-
Legolas Hardbass are the two that are still going. That's it.
wonder
Move
if
the
we
10.
see Ino.
Nope, Smolder saw it, and that'll be it.
Sheesh, what a game.
What a game. Glad we got to see it, though.
Yeah.
Dragapult on Dragapult violence. No! And to be honest,
Yeah, just the lack of gust really hurt. Yeah.
I'm going to move us real quick. So we can update here. Edwin's out. This is going to throw like everything into chaos as soon as that it comes through. So update standings. There we go. Still not there. Waiting on the report. As soon as we get the report, we'll obviously, yeah, as soon as we get the report, we'll update everything. And there it is, updated standings. Oh, Pep is just gonna bubble. Oh. And then the last pairings is Pokemari and Hardbass Legolas. And Pokemari's got what's their... Oh my god. Hookington, I think you're out no matter what happens. You might stand a better chance against Pokemari. Actually, I think you stand a better chance that Pokemari wins. Because I think that sets their opponent win percentage down enough that you get in.
Yeah.
Whereas
That'd be
in
interesting.
Hardbass Legolas wins, then it just knocks you out. It would knock Tapu Will down to 8th, and they would be 7th. Oh my god, I wish we could watch that match. So yeah, I think you want Mari to win is your best your best chance.
Yeah, gives you a chance.
So you're saying there's a chance.
Don't, let's see, because you're at 60. Let's look at their.
It's because they will beat that their opponent will knock their win percentage thing down. That's essentially what happens.
Yeah, and Pokemari's isn't going to drop a ton because Hardbass Legolas is the only person they'll have faced that's record is going to change.
There it is.
Either
there it is.
they're in cut or
We'll
Mari's opponents have dropped. Let's find out.
Mari won, and it was just enough to get through. Oh man, look at that percentages.
Oof.
So Mari was like the best, but I thought it was enough. Wow.
They also had a slight edge on the opponents too. So even if we went to the second tiebreaker.
That. So close.
That might be one of the closer bubbles we've had in a while.
It was like, I think Cash had it once where they got in because like the one opponent they needed to win won, and it kicked up their percentage by like a half a percentage point and it knocked them up into cut.
Yep.
Oh my god. But got it all set up. We'll see what the bracket looks like. We'll have Cabro versus Pokemari TCG. That'll be Dragapult Dusknoir versus Ho Armourouge. Gassy 165 with the Grimmsnarl Frostlass going up against Raging Bolt Ogerpon. With Alex Jin. Miles Sauce with the Dragapult going up against Tapu Will, the Grimmsnarl Frostlass. And Genario with the Yanmega going up against Mandem Mika. So this will be interesting because Yanmega plays a lot of Jet Energy. It's going to be interesting. But cut is up. I'm going to reach out to every table and see if any one of them who's asking anybody who is able to stream. Please stream if you can. I forgot I needed that. The downsize, there it goes. If you're able to, great. If you're not, still fine. And Dun Sparse as well, as long as you keep up to it. So we will see who jumps on, and we will go from there. Hopefully, we'll get some good games. But 7-2 was the big one tonight. It did make it. Just not as well as we thought. It was, like, I don't want to say as well, but with like the amount we thought. We thought maybe one would make it. Turned out to be more. Istanbul. There's one matchup I can see. Let's see. I'm just making sure I hit up every one of them. And again, if they're able to stream, awesome. If you're not, I understand. It's okay. If you can, great. If you can't, that's great too.
Yep.
Oh, we got Gassy up, so we could go with Gassy. That's Alex Jin versus Gassy 165. That is Frostlass Monkey Dory versus Raging Bolt. Kind of brutal, but I do think you end up with a weird spot with that because they can Raging Bolt has like different things that just get blown up, and yeah, I'm not exactly sure how that one would play out, but I guess we'll find out. I think that is the one we got because it's already set up and it's the easiest way to go. And funny enough, I've removed the Marty's Grimsnarl Winds, We Riot, and we are back to just regular old everything else.
Abro dropped.
Cabro already dropped?
Well, I guess Ho-Oh's going into the next round.
I didn't realize they had dropped. Oh, they had dropped at 7:02. At this point, I can't reset everything. There's not much I can do. If I knew something like
Yeah.
that was happening, I didn't realize they had dropped.
It's also hard because Limitless still puts dropped players in to top cut. So yeah.
Otherwise, if I could, the way we've handled it in the past, if I knew they were dropping, I would just create like 2 more rounds and give everybody an ID, and then that would pop you into cuts. And there's also like I could drop them entirely. I think is an option, but then it screws with like the standings really badly. I usually prefer, if people are going to do that, to wait until they're in cut and then tell their opponent. That way, it's not it's not as like, oh my god, they dropped and like got into there. Because if Limitless fully worked the way it should, I should be able to drop them, and then Genetheus would be in cut.
Yep.
Like for as good as Limitless is, it still has. I think part of what makes it good is there's a lot of simplicity to it, and so they don't worry too much about everything.
Yeah.
Whereas like, I remember like the one that they wanted to replace Tom was like overly complex.
Yeah.
I mean, the Tom replacement was so bad, they brought Tom back. If you don't know what Tom is, well, it's the official Pokemon organizer thing. It has like more direct connections with their stuff, so you can like upload results directly from it instead of like trying to like that's what I'm looking for here, email it or other issues that might come up. And it was supposed to be replaced at one point.
Yep.
But its replacement was so bad, it stuck around. I've had also multiple people tell me this, that if the Limitless guys ever wanted a job at TPCI, they have one, just from everything they've done with the sites.
Yeah.
I mean, if I run a company and people make like a site like that, and it's like way better than what I have, well, hell yeah, I'm going to go friggin' hire them.
Yeah, for sure.
We actually did that at Amazon with a couple things, couple projects I worked on. We had like fans just making way better versions of what of the tools we had, and we're like, oh, you want a job, or we pay them for it, and they're like, yeah, I'll take money. I don't think I've ever seen anyone turn down free money. And trust me, I'm not the only tournament that's asked about that.
Yeah.
There's been other ones who've asked, "Hey, I've had XYZ happen. How do I fix it?" So setup wise, we got monkeys. Gonna prime catcher up the. Ooh, the Frostlass. Okay, don't want that energy getting out there, right? Not the energy. You don't want all that damage occurring out there, making it
Yep.
easier to get KO.
It is a bummer. You have to use 2 energies, but that is, Sada gets you 2, so not terrible.
Again, the question now becomes, what is Grimmsnarl's win condition? How do they win this? They don't hit for enough with a basic Grimmsnarl. The Raging Bolts don't accumulate damage from anything. You have to be able to KO it. So,
They're often not like giving you damage to move around with Monkey Dory either.
no. Like I would
Yeah.
100% say this is probably the hardest matchup for them that they probably walked into, but they should be able to win it somehow. I think that's, well, other than the fact that people just seem to like sleeping up Raging Bolt for big tournaments is one of the reasons why we saw so many of them at NAIC.
Yeah.
But for like best of 3, people just seem to like I need to sleeve something up. You know what sounds good? Raging Bolt.
Yep.
And you know what? It's not a bad idea because it's a deck that go big or go home. You can win like 2 turns or you can lose in 2 turns. I'm going to lunch. Time to get some In-N-Out or something.
Yeah.
I don't know. I've never been to any of the California regionals. I have no idea what's around them.
Oh, we're gonna get the Rotom KO.
I think the Rotom KO is the right move. They're showing absolutely no fear whatsoever of the
The Grim.
The Grim, yeah. And why should they? It's not KOing them.
Yeah, I mean, even with this small hand on the Bolt side, it's not looking crazy scary. I think you could have used your Iron Bundle to have them push something else into the active. And then punch it with Grimmsnarl. But probably best to just pass. Now, is it gonna be a jamming tower? Are we gonna see a Sada or is it a burst roar angle? It is just a burst roar.
The amount of times I've had a Raging Bolt burst roar will surprise me. Like, their hand is actually just that bad.
Yeah.
I think my other favorite I've had is they burst forward into a deck out. I don't think that's what they meant to do.
Yep. Yeah, didn't pay attention to cards in deck. Now it is an awkward spot, not being able to just retreat monkey for free anymore. So the question becomes, do we hit with the Grim and hope we don't get KO'd? Or do we just take another turn off?
At some point, you have to have some sort of aggression. You're wanting to make moves. You want to be able to take KOs. You want to
Yeah.
move damage if you can.
Oh, that's okay. Okay. Oh, they forgot the jamming tower shuts off that TM Evo. They were gonna just get the Morgrim. Now that's even worse because you're losing both your monkeys with like no more monkey energies. Oof.
That's why at least twice tonight we've had someone make a mistake due to an Evo being in play.
Yep.
Or a jammer, I mean, not an Evo, but it was using a Devo or an Evolution.
Yeah, trying to use a technical machine. As here comes the Sada, so we will. I mean, if we have a way to bring up, no, I don't think we have a way to bring up Grim Snarl. All right, we see the bundle.
Okay. We're gonna see some damage moving off of here.
Yeah, so we can at least get that Raging Bolt in range next turn. Also, I just clicked to Zool's stream to see how the Japan tournament is going. And it's Daichi versus, it looks like Yoshi Yuki. So, like, two of the,
Top
I don't remember
Japanese
if
play.
both of them are still, like, in the elite, like, the Japan Elite Four, but, like, two, at least former Japanese, like, Elite Four members playing each other, which is a pretty crazy pairing.
Yeah, when do they have their Elite Four tournament? I usually try to remember when that is.
I feel like it's like maybe just after Worlds because I don't remember if it's like just before or after Worlds because I don't remember if it's like players who did the best. I feel like that's how like you get into the tournament is like the best players, like whoever did best at Worlds gets a chance kind of thing.
So that'd be kind of a cool thing if we could do in America. But then we'd probably have like a lot of people fighting over it, like who should be in there. So I will run the tournament and it'll be open to everyone. No, that's the problem. Like if you open it to everyone, you can end up with someone who I would not say is you'd want say should be Elite Four.
Yeah, I wonder how many. Let's see. It was like North America had like 10 to 12 auto invites. I wonder if you could do like the people who got automatic invites from winning events like regionals or ICs, and then like, and then maybe like the top couple North American Worlds player finishers, and then do like a little mini tournament that way. As we see the Iron Leaves coming in. Wow, that makes this matchup feel a lot worse that there's an Iron Leaves. Holy smokes.
Iron Leaves getting life again. I remember when Iron Leaves just was in Giratina. And that was it.
Yep. Definitely a good card to have, I think, overall. All right, Grimmsnarl. Is able to respond, but it
Feels like it might just be out. Well, no, the Shaman protects. So we're not going to.
as long as Fez, let's see, Fez should still be in a safe range, but we just need one energy. And there it is.
So Raging Bull takes game one. As we go here into game two, Gassi versus Alex Jin. Last swing. What's up, Pokemari? Congratulations on the free win. I mean, you take every free win you can. If someone doesn't show up, they just don't show up.
Yeah, I think the Frostlass ping is a good point to shut off Fez. I mean, the one card was already the stretcher, seeing how fast they, brought the bolt up, but
Never look a free
okay.
win in the never look a free win in the mouth.
Yep. According to the Pokeka book, like the Japan Twitter account, they called Daichi one of the heavenly kings, but not Yoshiyuki. So maybe Yoshiyuki right now isn't in the Elite Four.
Give him enough time. He will be. He will be.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like if I had to put bets on a player to get back into that Yoshiyuki and Haruki are two players from Japan that it feels pretty easy for them to get there.
Towards on his Giovanni arc, he's gonna show up. He's gonna win, and he's gonna get invited to it, and then he's gonna.
Yeah.
Then he's there. Yeah, I have to wake up early tomorrow, and I'm still here. Well, I can do it. You can all do it.
See, I don't have anything going tomorrow particularly, so I have plenty of time to sleep later.
Like Mrs. Doom's like, "Are you going to be okay tomorrow?" I'm like, "Yes, I will be fine." I have not slept on a Saturday in so long.
Yeah.
Yeah, work on a weekend sucks though.
Let's see. It looks like Miles as beat Tapu Will in game one. So that's a Polt beat a Grimmsnarl.
Now, I went to Costco yesterday and I bought a what was it? Blueberry lemon loaf. Oh my god, it's been so good.
I got I don't know if it was just a cinnamon sugar type loaf from Costco a little while back. It was so much better than I thought it. I thought it was going to be good, but holy smokes. The loaves, the flavorful loaves at Costco really are good. I think it might have even been like orange cinnamon or something crazy.
You know what? You know what we did end up buying from Costco recently was there's one of those big ass things of like peanut M&Ms. We liked it so much we went and got it got it again. All right, where do you even go from here as the Grimstarl player? What can you even do?
I mean, yeah. You can boss and hope. Let's see what we top deck. Oof. You can stretch your retreat to Shaman. Yeah. Yep.
Hope they don't have it out here. You do. This hand is just bad.
All right, here comes the Latios.
And they go, oh no, I prize Eladius.
Okay, I guess this is fine because we get Area 0 as well. Yep. Benching Slitherwing makes me feel like we have a Sada incoming. Oh yeah, knocked out for Sada. This feels, if we knock out this Morgrim, I think we call it a day, go to bed.
If that happens, I will ask one of the other matches if they're able to.
Here comes the other knocked owl.
You know, something funny. Talking about like Costco and stuff. Like their pizza's all right. I'm surprised at how many coupons Domino's sends. Like I've gotten like $3 pizzas at Domino's because they just keep sending coupons after coupon.
Yeah.
And they are just loading up. Oh, the Prime Catcher. Oh, they really want that Frostlass. This could open something up. Probably not, but it could.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, the boards are so uneven. We had
Genario is up 1-0 over Mendamika.
I feel like if we had the Latios just KOing the only thing that could attack us would be fine. Also, we over KO.
That was what the top deck is. I guess you gotta go Pheasant Divinity, right?
Yeah.
Flip the script for 3. That 3 is. Oh man, do you even put down the Spike Myth?
I think you need to get another Impidimp.
But then that lets them remove stuff.
Yeah.
Like you need another Impidimp. I mean, you got one there.
But we don't have a way to retreat.
They've been afraid of the Frostlass this whole time. And I don't blame them because the Frostlass is going to put pings out there. They have a lot of abilities outside of the Raging Bolt.
Yeah. And I guess because they have the Iron Leaves in the bolt list, you're not as afraid of Grimothy Snarl, but
You still have to get all that set up.
yeah, and now there's no grass energy in play right now. So
Oh wait, did they remove the game? I thought there was a game there. Oh, there it goes. No idea why that was removed. I'm waiting for like the Japanese stuff to reveal what the next cards are. Like there's going to be reveals tonight. There always is. Like, we know from this side, yes, he's going to Iono this next turn. They could possibly even counter catcher up something and pick up some prizes. Like you could possibly counter catcher up that Latios.
Yep.
Latios gets you some prizes. Maybe put damage onto the board. That birds will probably gonna feel like one of your targets. Ooh. So I thought that Belly Thunder. I thought that was burst. Okay, that is smart. Leaving the energy to
the ogre.
I mean, you could try and get the ogre, but I highly doubt that's gonna. That may be your best move there is to go after the knocked out, put in the active, use some energy on it, possible. You've got access now to a Frostlass. Start some damage pings out there. Okay, there we go. There we go. Okay.
Yeah, we're doing things.
Pass. Okay.
They're
Okay.
just gonna try and get as much damage in play. And
I think you have to start moving the damage now, right? Or can you get another Lucky Dory out?
let's see if we have a nest ball. Yeah.
You got to keep. I think you have to move it all to the bird. That's why you can't put down a spike myth. Is that bird's going to be one of your. Well, you could filch here.
Yeah.
That's actually one of the surprising things here. If this Grimsnarl list played a Cacturn, you could keep something locked up there for a while.
Yeah, just retreat lock.
Another Impidimp. Okay, I actually have a story about Impidimps. I was shiny hunting for a Mimikyu, and it's in the whatever forest in Scarlet Violet. It's one I don't remember, but it's got a whole bunch of Impidimps, and Mimikyus can be there and everything. And you do a fairy type sandwich. Because if I remember right, you couldn't do a ghost because there was like too many ghost types. You had a better chance of doing a fairy. But I ended up catching like a whole line. Oh, a whole line though of shiny Impidimps before I found my shiny Mimikyu.
That's pretty funny.
The Hyperblower. I mean, I'm not against like Ionoing here. Probably time to start moving it onto the I was gonna say onto the Raging Bolt.
Yeah.
Either the Bolt or something else. I don't know if putting on the Latios is the right move.
Yeah, I would think you would want Bolt, but I just don't know if, because I don't think you're gonna Frost Blast damage enough to KO the two prizers. But
That'd be like Monkey Energy, probably Morgrim. Yeah.
all right.
More Ionos.
And we've already prime
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, they've already used their one switch. Another pass. Another chance here to keep moving damage. Like it feels like if they could just get the second Monkey Dory down, and they could be moving 60 a turn.
Yeah. We have, like, we could Arven for Nest Ball and just put it on the bench, but don't know if that's worth it.
That's a little bit like they want to hold off for that boss. On that boss, so they can hopefully take the KO. Okay, Monkey Dory. Take the KO there on like the Teal Mask instead.
Yeah.
That has a lot of cards in hand, and your opponent's got a lot of cards in hand.
Yep.
And if anything, they might just be waiting. There's a good shot. They are just waiting until that Noctowl gets knocked out anyways.
Yeah, that's what.
Oh, we got it. Miles has beat Tapu Will, so we have two games here done in the finals.
Yeah, and it could be too that, like, yeah, they're waiting for Noctowl to just die, or they were waiting to get like retreat boss. but we're going to see Grimmsnarl do the retreating and the bossing.
I think at this point you know what, I'm not against that. You're gonna get pings on everything but that.
All right, we get the secret box, which means we're pretty guaranteed into, I think, another Grimmsnarl. I think Arvin could also guarantee it anyway, but
see the nest ball here. Serendipity. They're going to pick up a prize this next turn. Jamming Tower is gone. But it also depends on everything this 5-card hand Alex has, because we have no idea. Also, Genario has won 2-0 over Manamika, so Yanmega continues to move on, and Yanmega's opponent will be Milesless with the Dragapult, and then Pokemario will play the winner of this. So we are just waiting.
I think Spite Ops really hit the worst possible option. I think, maybe Armor Rouge might have been pretty bad as well.
Well, you know what? I would say they have the Minier, but also I don't remember if Latios overrides it or.
Yeah. I think Latios would, overrides because it just gives everything free retreat. All right, Iron Leafs comes in. We have 2 grass, so we're set to take out the Grimmsnarl.
And then hopefully they send themselves up here with the baby bolt to hopefully take what they need. Wait. Oh, there's a fighting down there. It sounds like there's just 2 grass. No, it was all there. They'll take 10 there. KO there. There is a world where Grimmsnarl wins this turn. The biggest issue is finding that other Grimmsnarl. You have the candy for it. You have everything else.
Do we have the energy as well?
Right. Which I remember there's not that much energy in the discard. You've got the box.
So if we have... Oh, goodness.
I believe they already played Rod. There's Morgrim. Spike Method's not doing you any good.
The dark energy is not a good draw.
At this point, I would just get rid of just get rid of the extra pokes. You have Arvin in hand. This will give you a chance to look at your deck.
Woof.
It's in there.
Oh.
It is
That's
in there. And you have no guaranteed way of getting it. Well,
nope. Because if you INO here,
you can still take a KO here onto the Latias. But if you do that, I would use your counter catcher beforehand.
Yep. Bring up Slither.
Yeah, I think Slither would be your best option. Going with it. Okay, you know what? Mew's fine too. If you can get what you need off this. But I think Slither would have been the better option. 220, 2 prizes is one of those. The other Grimmsnarl. I think they play 3 and 1 was prized. No. Well, at this point, it doesn't matter because you took the 2 prizes. Okay, they got it. Because it doesn't matter what they clear now. Now they grab it with the spike. There's 2 energy in the deck still.
Oh, yep.
So they got it. You gets blown up anyways.
Yeah. Totally missed Spike Myth.
So there you go. This will be going into game 3. How much time do they have left in the round? They have 21 minutes. Okay, so they have more than enough time.
Sheesh, what an interesting game.
That stalling where they had that Noctowl stuck up for like, what, 6 turns?
Yep.
100% give them everything.
Yeah, I mean, because, yeah, that Noctowl had, what, like 70 damage on it while sitting in the active, so. Sheesh.
Last card was Spike Myth. So there we go. Game 3 between these two. I'm going to hand it off to you for a little bit, Daycamp. I need to go use the restroom. So I will
Sounds
be right
good.
back.
I really think if Raging Bolt had just taken out that Morgrim, it would have been over, but they didn't, and that just let them slowly crawl back and have the threats. And it wasted, not wasted, but yeah, kind of wasted their prime catcher as well. So we'll see. I mean, the Frostlass pings really put in work, but again, if we had had prime when our Noctowl was trapped, we would have been fine. That's a lot of monkeys. Yeah. 2 monkeys and a Snorunt. Seems pretty fine. Obviously, you want an imp, but otherwise, not a bad turn 1. Okay, Vessel away retrieval. Classic. Ultra Ball the energies. Get ourselves a bolt of the big non-baby variety. Sada 1. We need a little more of something here, but we don't have it, so.
I know, look like a hella great turn.
Yeah, it was just, some monkeys and a Snorunt down. Secret box, pretty good.
Spike Myth. I mean,
Oof. We haven't searched our deck, so we don't know what's prized. But yeah, I think that's what you get rid of.
no,
I think you
you
could have gotten rid of
research.
the energy, yeah.
Well, no, you could have got rid of the energy because then you could just use the stretcher anyways. But might as well get the evolution here.
Yep.
Now the question is,
Yeah,
what do you
but-
evolve? Do you evolve?
I think you do a Morgrim, get Morgrim and Frostlass.
Looks like that's what they're doing.
All right, let's see if Raging Bolt has a better hand than they did. Another vessel? Anything? I'm guessing we'll get at least a fighting energy here. There's no shot. It's attached pass. Okay,
It's
there's at
good.
least Latios.
And there's Islander.
Oof.
Pokemon, thank you for the follow.
Oh my goodness. All right, that hand doesn't look great for the Grimmsnarl.
No. That is absolutely brutal of a hand. But you can move damage off, so.
Oh. We should have retreated first. There's no shot we're using Prime Catcher after what happened last time. Oh my gosh. I guess, let me see what they take out. Right.
They've been wanting to take out that Frostlass every single time.
Yeah. And maybe that is optimal, but. It just seems like it didn't work last game to overchase. And the monkeys are what really rack the damage up, so I wouldn't have been upset if we just KO'd the active Monkey Dory.
We're going to see a filch here. Frostlass hate is real. Very much so.
Yeah, and here comes the potential boss stall.
It worked before, might work again.
Interesting to not move any, like, even just get rid of some of the damage off the monkey. Interestingly, oh, we do have another Sada. All right. So Bolt just kind of has it. Yeah, I like the baby Bolt.
I'm surprised they haven't relied as much more on the baby bolt than what we've seen. Considering they could have possibly saved their prime catcher. Plenty of stuff.
Yeah, and I mean, even if they put Shaman down, like, you know, your baby Bolt, you just punch a Grimmsnarl in the active is fine, or you hit like the Fez on the bench. So
Well, we can get get the big snarl out, but there's 3 energy in hand. It might be best to Ultra Ball here, that energy away, and then grab Rod, which really sucks. See how much energy you have. But commit to it. That's the hard part.
yeah, you could also, depending on what you've got going, you could grab Stretcher for Frostlass. We're gonna just this ball. Okay. I'm guessing here comes Frostlass. And then we Badoo him.
You know what? That's not a bad idea.
Yep.
You're locking them out of items. So if they don't have the if they don't have the energy in hand, you have to they're gonna get pinged here. They have say like a boss's orders. How many boss's orders do they play? Alex plays 1, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, 1 boss's orders. So they get a boss's orders once.
Yeah, they're down a handful of Sada already. And oh my gosh.
They had the boss, right?
Jesus.
But
Number 1 Frostlass hater.
I mean, they haven't been too wrong about it.
Yeah.
So a lot of energy in hand there. Even more energy. Yeah, I think he's at least touched the Morgrim. Iono, all that energy back in the deck. Put them down. There's your Grimmsnarl. You don't hit enough with the Grimmsnarl this turn, right?
No. Well, let's see. If you move the monkeys, I don't think that's enough either.
No, I think you have to wait 1 more turn before you can move. Just to KO the Raging.
Get the area 0. Might not be a bad time to Iono here.
I mean, you would get rid of the bolts, and then they wouldn't be able to burst roar. Your biggest issue you run into here that I think you're almost more looking for a catcher. You've got to put down. I don't know. I don't know because we're just going to see it again. Another turn, another lockout.
Yep. But don't worry, Bolt just has the SATA ready to go.
Goodbye, Badu. You you did your purpose. So again, they got to be looking out for that. Okay, you got that. There goes the teal mask.
Yep.
That's probably one of your biggest threats. Sadly, you did not get the Iono, which would be even better, but no Iono. I need to see how much time is left. 6 minutes, 31 seconds. They should be able to finish this out. Even if they don't, Rigid Bolt's in a
Yeah.
What's up, Gazer Babe? They're in a place where it's has the possibility of just winning this next turn. Goes. Need what? 5 energy to for KO?
Yes. Yeah. So really just need SATA attach, which I think they do have a SATA left on the Bolt side. One thing, we will be losing our Terra, so they would need to find another Terra as well to like knock down their way out of it.
And they're putting damage all onto that other, onto the Raging Bolt there. So we'll have to see what they do. And then 3 onto the Hoodoo, 180 to the active. They will get pinged here, so Pheasantipity does not activate.
Yep.
So they will not get extra cards. And again, like you said, they are out of Terra types, so there's no easy way to get anything. And
I wonder if you could have set up the Hoot to also. No, because it doesn't have an ability yet. Never mind.
No. Well, there's a Terra type.
We have the Knockdown.
Latios here. That's like all I can think of.
Oh, there's the Knockdown.
That should give you enough energy now because you can Seta onto 2. That'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That should be enough.
Yeah, you might even be able to get there via Iron Leaves as well. Yeah.
So, Mr. Wiggly, sadly, Garchomp didn't have a good night. But hey, I've debated about playing Garchomp myself. But that is that round here. Pair next round, and I will find out if anybody to stream. Okay. I think Alex did last week, to be honest. So I will find out.
Okay.
Yeah, he just lucked out. It was well played. The fact that you took it to that far in a matchup where I was like, ah, man, this is kind of. Kind of like, okay, they're going to blow you up, but you took it and you kept moving, and I thought it was good. And it was a very well played matchup between both of you. So Miles is unable to. I think Alex did last week. I seriously do. And Pokemari, if you're still here, don't worry about mobile. Mobile will probably catch your phone on fire, to be honest.
Yep. My Samsung does okay.
Yeah, my S23 does pretty well, but even now, being like almost a 2-year-old phone, it gives like issues.
Yeah, I guess my phone does fine playing live. It doesn't get too hot. But the battery does drain pretty decent, so I think streaming, charging, and playing live would probably be a bit much.
Yeah. I think the only ones I've seen are like Notes, like Samsung Notes, like tablet stuff have much better, but they handle stuff, they handle the processing.
Yeah.
Just waiting on Alex. Miles says they can't. I never heard from the other one. I mean, if you feel up to it, but it might really catch your fire.
Yep.
So Alex isn't able to either. So it's down to Genario. I have not heard anything. We might actually be without. I mean, you can try if you want to. I mean, it's not the worst thing in the world. Just be, like I said, just be ready. Right. So, if you can't, just join a table here on the Discord. You share your window, and we jump in. We just watch. And some people might be able to stream; they just choose not to. And again, that is the person's choice. There's no obligation to stream as playing in the tournament. Some people just don't feel comfortable doing it. I've had people go, I've got nervous playing on stream. I've had people go, I feel totally fine with it. Some people worry about being stream sniped. And I can at least tell you this, we are on delay. So it's not like if they're stream sniping, they're getting like outdated information most of the time. And if we do catch them, like it becomes super obvious, it is a game loss. So it's not like we don't actively do things if things happen. As I should.
Yep.
And that's actually something that's come up. Just talking about it, if there was official league stuff, like from Pokemon, like how would that be? Okay, don't worry about it then. We will just call it a night. This has only happened like a few times in the history, but there's only so much we can do.
Yeah.
So go ahead and just play. I'd rather have people play than worry about trying to stream if they haven't done it before. So with that, we're gonna call it a night. I just make sure like I'm not getting raided by a Azul or anything. Stuff's still going. I've had that happen where we haven't had a stream and like Azul's tries to raid. And I'm like, sorry. So Day Camp, any last minute Self promotion you want to give?
Sure. Yeah. You can follow me on Twitter, C_butts22. I occasionally retweet a lot of stuff mostly. So, but yeah, thanks for having me on.
Yeah, it was great having you on, man. We hope we could have ranted more about the world stuff, but I think the world stuff is play points is bullshit. You need to figure a better system out, or just put everyone who ties in.
Yeah, and that's what maybe Premier Points will be a better system whenever they decide to figure out what Premier Points are.
Right? Like, do you get more points for like higher placements? Like, there's so many different things.
Yeah, no idea.
So again, I'm Senior Doom. We'll be back next Friday. Probably in our large tournament. There is no other events going on around then. And then what is the rest of the schedule? Let's look at that real quick. We have a moment. Not that we're going much anywhere. We have Cats. Forgot to open this up. I'll open that up. We do not have one on July 4th. I am taking that night off because historically July 4th has been a very poorly attended tournament. Most people are out.
Yeah.
Then we will have the pre-show to the regionals. The regionals, 2 more tournaments, with the last one being a last chance qualifier that essentially is it pays to be lazy if we're not playing the whole season. If you win, you get into day 2 for free. And then we go into the World Championships.
Yep.
Which I made a pointy banner out of that. Yay. Oh, you know what? I'll show everyone this real quick. This is what I kept working on while stuff casting. Like, this would make a fun skateboard deck. The thing is, like, there's like a limitation to how many colors you can use. I'm like, oh man, that sucks, but hey, we worked it out. So maybe I said it as a Kickstarter. But again, Senior Doom coming back in a few weeks. World Championships here soon enough. I'm just gonna call it a night. So hopefully I will see everyone here in next week. Have a good rest of your night, and I will see you then.